all of the technical staffs, including your microphone, your slides, and your camera, because our team are going to do the spotlighted as well. And if you have any difficulties, please contact our committee in the chat room. We all will be ready to assist you. And if you have difficulties to join the breakout room, because some of you maybe access this Zoom link through your handphone. So if you have difficulties to find the bottom of the breakout room sessions, please let us know. We will assist you to do so. So that's it from us, from the organizing committee. All the best and wishing you a happy conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Asia, with its vast and steady growth, has turned itself into the leader of global economy. Indonesia, with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensive studies and researches are crucial. With our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, officially the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it's academically fulfilling for me.
With dedicated and qualified lecturers from academic and practical background, School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia produce scholars and practitioners that will ready for global challenges. Together, we build the nation for a better world.
sessions according to your preference. The link for attendance list will be available in the chat room at the end of the parallel presentation session. And to respected session chair, we would like to remind you to fill in the evaluation form of these parallel sessions. We will have closing ceremony today at 4 p.m. Western Indonesian time, and the link of this closing ceremony will also be available on the chat room by the end of this parallel session. I will stand by throughout the entire session in this breakout room, so you may leave your concern in the chat room addressed to me if you have any further inquiries. So, ladies and gentlemen, this parallel session will be led by our session chair, Dr. Nur Atiyah Ismail. We are honored to have you here today, Dr. Nur Atiyah Ismail. And please welcome Dr. Nur Atiyah Ismail. The room is yours.
Thank you so much, Miss Victorina. She's been helping me for the past 2 days, making sure that our session is going to run smoothly. And congratulations to the committee members for your success in organizing this conference this year. All right. So we shall straight away move to our session today, which is going to be session G, yeah. So this is basically session G, livable built environment. So in total, we're gonna have 8 presenters. And what we're gonna do is that we will have the first 4 presenters starting from 10 until 10:30, and then second presenter 10:30 to 11, third presenter 11 to 11:30, and fourth presenter 11:30 to 12. Then at 12:30 we're gonna have basically half an hour break, and we will resume again at 12:30 to 1 to 1:30, and then 1:30 to 2. So and then we're gonna have from 2 to 2:30 there'll be another presenter, which is our last presenter. So we hope that you will enjoy the session today with us. And without further ado, I believe that we shall start the session, yeah, with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I would like to introduce myself. I am Associate Professor Landscape Architect Dr. Nur Atiyah Ismail, a lecturer in the Faculty of Design and Architecture, Universiti Putra, Malaysia, which is one of the collaborators for ICSGS conference this year. So I'm so honored to be invited as your chairman or moderator for this session, and hope that everybody will enjoy this session together. So without further ado, allow me to introduce our first presenter today, Miss Fantinur Evrida Sapriana. So her paper title will be Sustainability Indicators for Biogas Production from Palm Oil Mill Effluent, a case study in Indonesia. So Miss Fantinur, are you ready?
Yes, inshallah.
Okay, Alhamdulillah, and the floor is yours. So by the way, you're gonna have about 20 minutes time for presentation, and there'll be about 10 minutes Q&A. So everybody will have a maximum of half an hour, so that we won't breach into longer sessions for today. So without further ado, Miss Fantino, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fantinur Evrida Sapriana. I'm a master degree student at School of Environmental Science, Universitas Indonesia, and I would like to present our research paper with topic of sustainability indicators for biogas production from palm oil mill effluent. It is a case study in Bangka Belitung Islands, Indonesia. I have 2 great supervisors for this research. They are Dr. Triedi Budi Susilo and Dr. Ahyudin Sodri. Okay. As we know, the increasing use of fossil fuels support the development of the world economy. However, fossil energy sources have an apparent danger to the world due to carbon dioxide emissions. Biogas from palm oil mill effluent, POM, has been recognized as a renewable energy source that helps meet energy needs together with the wastewater treatment to reduce water pollution and greenhouse gases emission. In Indonesia, biogas production from POM has been carried out in several places, one of which is in province of Bangka Belitung Islands. And over the years, the palm oil industry, together with the refined tin industry, have dominated the processing industry sector, which accounts for nearly a fifth of the gross regional domestic product in the Bangka Belitung Islands, becoming the largest contribution to the economic structure. Therefore, the palm oil industry plays an important role in the structure of the regional economy. Several palm oil mills that produce large amounts of palm are combined with the biogas plants that produce biogas from palm to generate electricity sold to the state electricity company. It supports local government efforts to increase the use of electrical energy from renewable energy sources. The production of biogas from POM is a form of a complex renewable energy system because it involves many factors and actors, and it is multidisciplinary. The sustainability concept is needed in the formulation of energy policies. Sustainability assessment is complex because it requires interacting multidisciplinary aspects. So the sustainability indicators are needed to provide a framework for sustainability assessment that is driven by comprehensive, scalable, relevant, and easy to understand information. The study aims to determine sustainability indicators of the biogas production system from POM that can be used for further study, namely to evaluate the sustainability of the biogas production system from POM through the model that will be developed. Okay, the method. The study was conducted in the Bangka Belitung Islands from August 2020 to October 2020. Multi-criteria decision analysis is considered as the most suitable method for solving problems related to energy issues. And analytic hierarchy process in this study was used to rank the criteria and rank indicators for each criterion. This is the picture of stages of the study. Firstly, we defining goal and hierarchy structure, and then we defining criteria. We got the criteria based on previous studies, and we determine those criteria in the focus group discussion, or FGD. The FGD participants consist of stakeholders from Energy and Mineral Resources Agency, Environmental Agency, State Electricity Company, and two oil palm companies which have a biogas plant. And then next we constructed pairwise comparison matrix for the criteria weighting. The weighting was done by stakeholders in the FGD, and then we got the priority criteria. This priority criteria used to assess the level of importance of the indicators. So we constructed pairwise comparison matrices for the indicators weighting, and the weighting was done based on each criterion. These indicators were identified from previous studies, and then these indicators became the subject of discussion in the FGD. The indicators from the discussion results are then scored collectively by the FGD participants, and then we got priority sustainability indicators. Okay, for the results and discussions. Analytic hierarchy process in this study used 3 hierarchical levels. First level is goal. The goal is defining priorities of sustainability indicators for biogas production from POM. Second level is criteria. There are 3 criteria consist of relevance, measurability, informativeness, reliability, strategic optimization, and long term. And third hierarchy is indicators. There are 10 indicators identified from previous studies and determined in the FGD, consist of investment, production cost, availability of raw material, profitability, residence benefit, job creation, greenhouse gases emission, energy efficiency, installed capacity, and water usage. Okay, next, these are the results of criteria weighting with overall consistency ratio of 0.04. And the long-term criterion, has the most important position. This can be understood because indicators must reflect the longevity of the system in accordance with the concept of sustainability, which shows the system's ability to survive, develop, and adapt to change that occur from time to time in the long term. These are indicators weighting based on each criterion with consistency ratio of on each criterion are 0.08, 0.04, and so on. We can see that the availability of raw materials has the highest level of importance compared to other indicators in almost all criteria except in reliability and optimization. Okay, and reliability, production cost has the highest level of importance, and availability of raw materials has the slightly lower level than production cost. Based on this result, stakeholders view that production cost is more reliable in measuring sustainability than the availability of raw materials. And optimization, we can see that energy efficiency has the highest level of importance, and availability of raw materials has the slightly lower level than energy efficiency. Based on this result, energy efficiency is more suitable to measure systems optimization than the availability of raw materials. But in other criteria, the availability of raw materials has the highest level of importance. For overall, the most important indicator, the most important sustainability indicator for biogas production from POM based on stakeholders' view is the availability of raw materials. This can be understood that based on stakeholders' view and experience, the continuity of biogas production from POM is very much influenced by the supply of POM from palm oil mills. The biogas production process cannot be sustainable if the available raw materials are very limited or only available at certain times. The production of biogas that is not continuous will cause the generation of electrical energy, which is also not continuous and difficult to control. So it will affect the sustainability performance of the biogas production system from POM as a whole. Okay. For the conclusions, sustainability indicators for the biogas production system from POM in the Bangka Belitung Islands were determined by the participatory analytic hierarchy process method in order of importance, consisting of availability of raw materials, profitability, greenhouse gases emissions, energy efficiency, water usage, production cost, investment, install capacity, residence benefit, and job creation. And based on stakeholders' view, the availability of raw materials is the most important indicator to assess the sustainability of the biogas production from POM. Stakeholders place the economic dimension above other dimensions based on their experience, which shows that economic factors often hamper the continuity of biogas production than other dimensions. This doesn't mean that other dimensions are not considered in the assessment of the sustainability of biogas production from POM, because the concept of sustainability is always based on at least 3 dimensions: social, environmental, economic, that influence each other in the long term. Okay, thank you. This is the end of my presentation, and I'm very open to receive any suggestion or input for improvements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Fantinor. I believe that this is a very good opening for our session today. We're talking about sustainability indicators using biogas, which is the palm oil mills. Yeah. So, Ms. Fantinor, just to kickstart the session today, are you still studying your PhD for this research?
Yes.
Yeah. In what year?
Third semester.
Okay, so I wish you all the best, and I believe that this is going to be a very important studies, especially for our environment in the future and alternative biogas energy for Indonesia and also for the rest of the world. So congratulations for a very important topic that you are working on, and all the best in your study. All right, inshallah. Okay. So do you guys have any questions to Miss Fantino according based on her presentation today? I didn't see any questions on the group chat room, but I will open for any discussion. If you guys you can switch on your microphone and you can directly ask Miss Fantino about her study. It's okay. Right, so Miss Fantino, in which university are you studying at the moment?
Universitas Indonesia.
Oh, in, yeah? Okay,
Yes.
all right. So, inshallah, yeah? So, okay. Any other questions? Right? So, what are the challenges basically
through the urban design, through the urban fabric and configuration of the urban itself. So that's why in this study, I do the hypothetical study. Of course, I'm using the existing site to simulate. So this is the existing urban configurations. It's a high-rise residential building. This one, I call it courtyard canyon configurations, and another 3 configurations are actually hypothetical configurations. So this is the existing. The other hypothetical configuration is the courtyard, the U configurations, and the canyon. In these 2 scenarios, I actually I actually use the directions of the canyon towards the east and west, while the below part is actually situated into the facing the north and south. But in the context of this paper, I'm just going to discuss about the east and west directions only, because the study is just too huge and too much to discuss in one paper. So this is the definitions of the TA and the TMRT. In this context, TA refers to the air temperature, or in the broader context is actually the microclimate itself, while the TMRT is the mean radiant temperature, or in the broader context, it is actually the measuring the human thermal comfort. So we can see that in these 4 urban configurations, we have courtyard, courtyard canyon, and canyon itself. The TA, or the air temperature, really varies from one to another, while for the TMRT also varies from one to another. But if I do the average of the 2 of them, we can see that the canyon resulted the highest mean, or the average of the 2 of them, while the smallest one is happening in the courtyard configurations. So I can see that the feature of the canyon within the 4 urban configuration really matters. The higher the value of the sky view vector is actually the higher the intensity or the rate of the mean of the TA and the TMRT, unless the U configurations. The U configuration is actually higher compared to the courtyard canyon because of the U configuration is situated facing the what we call this west directions, where this is the main source of the solar radiations. And as we all know that Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia is a tropical country, and the solar radiation intensity is just very, very high, and the highest intensity happen between 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. So that's why when facing the west during those times, and the open space is exposed to this high solar radiations, the mean of the TA and the TMRT is just significantly high compared to other configurations. So we can see that the deviations here are also representing the same thing. For the canyon is 7.4, followed by the U configurations 4.23, courtyard canyon 3.04, while courtyard is the lowest 2.16. So from this, if I zoom in the comparisons between the 2 TA and the TMRT, we can see the pattern for the 24 hours data. We can see that from 7 a.m. to 6 a.m. here, the TA and the TMRT is really gapping. So the TA is having pattern, while the TMRT mostly constant. But what is important here, if you compare from one configuration to another configuration, which is this one is courtyard, this one is U configurations, this one is courtyard canyon, this one is canyon. So we can see that we can see that the pattern of the TXF, if you realize that it keeps changing from one configuration to another, the red one. is keep changing. This one is due to the positions of the receptor or the exposed area in the courtyard is differently influenced according to the time when it received the solar radiation itself. So to further explain this, I'm showing you the X and Y sections of the A temperature and the mean radiant temperature at 0 meter. This means that the simulations was done at 0 meter or at the surface of the courtyard or the open space, and it was recorded at 4 p.m. We can see that according to the legend, the pink one is the hottest and the blue one is the coolest. So this actually the building is also painted or colored as blue. But what I'm trying to say is you can see that the open space here, the courtyard part is showing this one is blue. This one is also blue, but there is a small part is the orange, while in the U configurations, most of them here very close to the exposed area. There are some of them red, yellow, and green, while here the TMRT is pink and orange. The same happen in other configurations, but we can also see that there is the trend of the color here in the TA. We can see that the color is really varies, but in the TMRT is mostly orange and pink. That means that is really what we call that is really not comfortable received by the receptor or the pedestrian or the people that stays in this outdoor environment. So this is my conclusions that yes, the orientations of the urban canyon itself or the canyon feature itself really matters to define the microclimate and as well as the TMRT. When I did the analysis of the average of both, it's also showing the same thing. But in this context, when a canyon direction is directed towards the east and west, the thermal stress or the thermal comfort and the microclimate itself is showing very high when it is really exposed. But when it is covered or shaded, especially for the canyon configurations, this one is much better because of is blocked or is shaded from the east and west solar radiations. So in this context, I suggest to strategize these urban configurations to maybe go for the courtyard configurations rather than other things. But this is also influenced by the weak urban wing in the city center because maybe if the microclimate and the thermal comfort is worse in that area, but if the urban wind is better, maybe that could help. But in this context, in the Kuala Lumpur context, the urban wind was very low. Sometimes it reached up to 0 meter per second. So it didn't help at all. Even though maybe in certain time the flow of the urban wind is okay, but in this context, no, because the site was situated in the very density area, so it didn't help. So that's why my finding is saying that the courtyard configuration is recommended compared to canyon configurations or courtyard canyon or even U configurations, especially when the U configuration is facing the west. So of course, this result or the findings could be as suggestions or recommendations for the planners and the architects maybe or policymakers to maybe implement this in the current policy to reduce, of course, our energy burden, and mitigate the impact towards the environment. So that's it from me. Thank you very much, Dr. Rani. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Lin, for the presentation. Then I will invite the audience to make questions to Dr. Lin. But first of all, I would like to give you a short question, Dr. Lin. So, what is the tools
Sure.
or software that you use to measure in this in your research, previous research, for measuring the air temperature and mean radiant temperature in for urban configurations? Can you explain a little bit?
Yes, sorry, maybe I didn't touch about that just now. Even maybe the input data I also key in the software. Actually, I use NBMet. I use Raymond to calculate the sky view vectors, and I also went to the field to collect the field data itself. So I did the simulations, and I also compare it with the field data to just validate or justify that the simulations is really suitable to do so. I think I'm going to discuss about that in my third paper later. It's going to be detailed there, yeah. But yeah, sorry, I supposed to mention it just now.
Okay, so I have your third paper on my hand. Okay.
Thank you.
Now for all of the audience, I would like to invite one or two questions about this paper. Questions, especially for somebody from Kuala Lumpur, you can raise your hand or just speak up with your on microphone. So please, for audience, do you have a questions for Dr. Lin Yola? So let me review the audience, the participants. Mr. Aditya. Dwi Hayati, and also I think we also have the panelists for F session.
semua, kawan sejati, kita bisa luntur. La 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 la.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reni.
Yeah, okay. So the next questions from the audience, I give you one opportunity before we move to the next presenter. So the next presenter will be Dr. Linyola again, but she will present another paper, and the paper is about Jakarta, from Kuala Lumpur to Jakarta, about the emissivity. Sorry, emissivity. Yeah, it's correct. But before we move to that presentations, I would like to give you one chance to ask Dr. Linyola. Otherwise, I will ask. I will ask one question, Dr. Linyola. Okay.
Sure.
Is there any question? I think no. No, Dr. Linyola, I would like to discuss with you. I have an experience to live in Nagoya, the city in Japan. So in that city, they have a winter there, and they also adaptive with the material of the building itself, so that if the cold air, it can be reduced the temperature. It can be increased for the temperature, so we are not getting cold on the night by doing this. So they change the material of the window. So if in the afternoon the light is coming, and then in the night the light is trapped inside the room. So I think that's the simple idea, and they already applied in the city, so in the Nagoya city. So my question is, how about the Kuala Lumpur case? Are they already use this technology? Maybe different technology because the climate is also different. But how about the implementation there, about the policy intervention to overcome the urban heat islands phenomenon in Kuala Lumpur, especially in Kuala Lumpur? Can you share something about this?
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Reni. Before I answer to that questions, maybe I would like to touch a bit about the different scenario of the different climate contexts. So of course, the scenario and the policy or the strategy would be another round, because Jakarta, Indonesia is situated in the tropical context, while Japan and any other countries in the region of, they have the 4 seasons. The scenario would be another round. So the strategy would be like how to keep the heat inside the building. In the tropical country, it would be how to block the heat to enter the building. So it's another round, totally another round. And in the Western countries, they would not use the air conditioning, but they use a heater. So, but it's still the energy consumption. So that is another discussion later. And this is the one that I'm doing now is the tropical context. So moving on to the policy just now that you said that in Kuala Lumpur, specifically, no, they don't have specific policy on that. But towards that, they are, of course, they have something like they have GBI, Green Building Index, and if we break down and look at into the indicators, the criteria, they have some criteria showing that the material of the building, the property of the building should be reaching something. Yeah, of course, the detail would be the type of the materials that maybe is more environmental friendly. and also the heat, what do you call that? Heat transfer protected, something like that. They have the details on that, but not specifically policies on urban heat island mitigations. But towards that, yes, they have GBI and so on so far.
GBI, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. Yeah, let's move to the next paper. Dr. Lin, are you ready for the next paper? So
yes, I'm ready, but maybe we could offer the first presenter if there is ready.
Okay, let's check the Mr. Raja Iskandar presentation. Are you ready, Mr. Raja?
Mr. Johannes, do we have Mr. Johannes here? Are you ready to present now? Okay. Okay, don't worry, we can still wait for, I told you just now, Mr. Bimo and also Miss Johanna. If you are already prepared, just tell me and then we can start. Mr. Bimo, are you ready? Okay. Yeah, I think Miss Johanna in preparing now, and then I will offer you to present your research now.
The audience I know come from different backgrounds. So please raise your hand, or you could also type in the chat room. Any question? Yes. So while waiting for the audience, member of audience to ask a question.
Yes.
Probably Mr. Mr. Adrianus could explain a little bit why you choose UK as the focus of your study.
Yes, in focus my study, and I think
why United Kingdom?
I think the United Kingdom is a development country, so the interesting to invite migrant workers come their country to United Kingdom, because the motive of migration from their country to United Kingdom, because they need physiology about drinking, about money, about eating. So we know that United Kingdoms, so very developed country. So the meaning, migrant workers interesting to come their country to United Kingdom. I think that.
Okay, thank you for your explanation. And we have two now participants from the audience who raised their hands. One is Miss Katarina Ani Sulistyawati.
Yes.
Miss Ani, three people raised their hands. Yeah, Miss Ani, please.
Yes. This is very interesting. Thank you for the presentation. My question is the migrant workers come from Indonesia only or coming from different countries? Are there differences among the country of source of the migrant workers? I mean, the differences, is there differences based on the country of region where the migrant workers coming to UK? Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Adrianus, you could directly respond to Miss Annie's question.
Once again, I don't hear.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, sorry.
Could you please explain again? Yeah.
Yes. My question is, are this research is based on migrant worker from certain countries, such as Indonesia, or from mixed countries? And if it is coming from different countries, are there differences of the situation of the migrant workers among those different countries of origin of the migrant workers?
Okay, thank you, Miss Annie. I think migrant workers come in United Kingdom from different country. Wait a moment. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Adrianus, we still hear you.
I think that the migration workers comes to United Kingdom from different countries, like European Union countries, like Hungary, like Romania, like Latvia, but I don't know how migrant workers from Indonesia come from United Kingdom to anything reason, because my focus is the paradox rationality from migrant workers. I think so.
Yeah. Maybe continuing Miss Annie's question, you could explain whether you just use the like a secondary data to get the condition of the migrant workers, so that you could come to the conclusion that they are under the so-called paradox rationality. Is that so? That from the secondary, mostly from the secondary sources of the data?
Okay, wait a minute.
The information about the migrant workers, did you get the information about their situation from secondary data, secondary sources of data? Apakah data tentang pekerja migran yang Anda coba tampilkan, situasinya itu berasal dari data sekunder? Artinya tentu bukan data primer ya, berupa wawancara langsung atau berkomunikasi langsung dengan mereka.
of course, I follow the migration observatory data in. Yes, I follow migration observatory data, so my data is secondary.
Okay. Okay. All right. Miss Annie, is there any follow-up question?
Yeah, and so if you have information about also, for instance, the difference between situation of men and women migrant workers, are they come up with the same paradox, or how it difference, or it's exactly the same situation? Are you also look at that aspect?
Okay, thank you. Overall, I think man or woman was experienced. I think man or woman telah wait a minute. I think man or woman has experienced exploitation in the United Kingdom. Then in the casus, actually thousands of migrants denied help in the pandemic. We know the situation. The situation is COVID pandemic. So I think as look down hit migrants across the nation who often work in casual and low paid roles, so their jobs disappear or income slashed. I think that.
Okay, Miss Annie, from Mr. Adriano's explanation, is there any follow-up question?
Maybe it will be interesting, although they experience the same exploitation status, maybe there are some differences. For instance, maybe because I don't know this subject, maybe the amount of money they should pay or whatever mechanism that used for exploitation might be in different degree between men and women. If you have that data, it will be very interesting to see how it difference and why it has been different for both. But if it is the same, then means that there is no gender differences in this paradox. Yeah, that's all my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss Annie. I think Miss Annie's questions and also suggestions very important, Mr. Adrianus. Although
Yes,
your focus is not, of course, on the gender dimension, but because when we are talking about migrant workers, of course, they are both men and women, and we know also usually kind of job also there's a gender dimension on the jobs that they are having. Yeah, so you could later think and discuss with your supervisor about the at least like pay a little bit attention on the gender dimension of the situation of the migrant workers. Okay, so we have the another member of audience, Miss Zulfasari, and later Mr. Zulfadli, that raised their hand. I'd like to give opportunity first to Miss Zulfasari.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, Ms. Nia Siskawati. Actually, my question would be quite similar with the previous one, because I would like to know about the gender dimension in this research, because I think it's very interesting to see whether men and women workers face similar exploitation, and maybe is there any sexual abuse of that women workers face
during their their decision to stay in their work, in their jobs. So is there any maybe it will be, yeah, I agree with the previous audience, Miss Katarina, that it will be very important to see, is there any difference between men and men and women worker? Is there any different situation they face in this kind of situation? I guess like that. And maybe about their decision, the reasons why they stay in their job, whether men and women have the same reasons why they have to stay, or maybe or we can see about the number of workers, whether there are more women workers or there are more men workers in this kind of situation. Maybe that's all.
Okay,
That's
thank you.
about a comment, maybe, or
Yeah.
also a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Adrianus, would you like to respond to Ms. Zulbasari's comment and question?
Yes, thank you. And overall, I give one example about exploitation in United Kingdom. Leicester exploitation for migrant workers include unlawful deduction for wages and the absence of holiday and the rapes for women to women. Another difficulty that is vulnerable to further exploitation is the labor codes claims or rights is an unrealistic option. The large number of migrant workers who are undocumented or have illegal immigration status. Another factor is employer feeling insecure about making claims in English or not being aware of their rights. Another case is the Morecambe Bay disaster, in which 21 undocumented Chinese migrant workers drowned in the sea and were forced to pick seals. I think this is my answer.
Okay. All right. So thank you, Mr. Adrianus. Yeah. We have the next. Sorry. The next person, Mr. Zulfadli. But before I give opportunity for Mr. Zulfadli, Ms. Zulfasari, is there any follow-up question?
I think that's enough.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Zulfadli?
Yes.
Yes.
Is the time left? I see time's up.
No, I think because like I've learned from organizing committee that two other presenters are not here, so I'd like to extend the time for the questions for Mr. Adrianus. So you still have time, Mr. Zulfadli. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for the great presentation. And in the last presentation, Mr. Adrianus gave us a really interesting recommendation. So I want to ask about this recommendation. That you said that immigrant workers who enter UK illegally or without document, or the immigration law shouldn't prosecute them without reducing their basic rights. So I want to ask, could you tell me about these cases? How the immigration law reduce the basic right of immigration worker?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Zulfadli. Mr. Adrianus, would you like to respond?
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, thank you for the question. I think migrant workers, I think migrant workers without document, so very precarious to prosecute by immigration law without reducing or degrading their basic rights. Example, in United Kingdom, there is a regulation law about no resources to public fund. What the meaning? No recourse to public fund, meaning that a person will have no recourse to public funds if they are subject to immigration control. This means they have to know entitlement to the majority of welfare benefit, including income support, housing benefit, and a raise of a law and tax credits. So I think, but unlike the rest of the country, they have no welfare safety net to fall back on because controversial immigration policy, no as no recourse the public fund. I think that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Adrianus. Mrs. Fadli, is there any follow-up question? If that is enough, that's also okay.
I think that's enough. I quite understand about that. So thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Adrianus Lenguwene. Interesting research, and I think comments from the audience also are interesting. And if you could further explore the aspects raised by the audience members, that will be interesting, especially the gender dimension of the rationality paradox of the male and female migrant workers in UK. Okay, so I'd like to now to move to the next presenter, and the organizing committee has suggested
Compliment the answer.
The question regarding Islamic populism in Indonesia.
Okay, we'll take our times first, I think.
Or you can answer the next question from Pak Ronald Teras to Farhan and Novan. Is 212 purely from the consist of the people who are hurt by the policies or the rulers, or are they behind actors 212 to achieve political interests?
Okay,
You
for
can,
the questions from Dr. Ronald, I think if there is actors behind the 212 to achieve a political interest, I think first of all, we can't say it. We can say that there is no actors behind the 212 movement, but also in the same time, we also can't say that there is an actors, because the 212 movement for me nowadays is become very very wild movement, because the organization is still there, but also there are a lot of organizations use the name of 212. So the answer is maybe if the question is, are there actors behind the movement? I said maybe in the beginning it's purely from the conscience of the people who are hurt by the policies. Maybe not not also because the ad hoc speech events, but also others issues before or after that. But well, time goes, and then maybe there are actors behind the 212 movement who wants to achieve their political interests about to do with the 212 movement. I think that's the answer. Maybe Novan can.
Yes.
Can't.
Yes, of course, it can be co-opted by political actors because in this movement has no bourgeoism or with the capital, with the biggest capital. There's pure in heart, but after the 212 is more political because many election, many power game between another act about with the political actor with more political in after 212 to be behind after 212.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer from both of you, Farhan and Novan. And we have still time remaining, about 5 until 10 minutes to discuss this presentation. If there any question remaining, we give time to you, to the participants. If we don't find in the chat or the floor in the room, I want to ask to Farhan and Novan for one question. What do you mean about intervention of political oligarchy in the context of the 212 issue? And what is about your conclusion that state about the declining of or decreasing of the democracy index in the Indonesia, especially after 212 event? Do you have any idea for this issue?
Well, thank you, Pak Mullah Warman. I think Brother Novan here will answer the question because he know more about the thing, especially about the oligarch intervention in the 212 event or 212 movement.
Just as a reminder, Pak Farhan, you have not answered the first question.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
The Miyumi and Insist, yeah.
Yes.
Well, unfortunately, we are not yet read the research, so I don't have any comment about the first questions because I'm afraid that if I answer the question, it will be about the answer is not suitable for the questions. Thank you.
The answer with the oligarch is after 212 is more the issue is more social, economic, and power and election. That because there is game power about between oligarch in Indonesian to co-opt the 212 and between another oligarch to co-opt this movement to get apa namanya get the target with the election and another.
Thank you for the answer. Actually, in this room, we have expert and for the issue. I think Miss Zora, could you give your suggestion for this presentation for our student? Miss Zora is still here. If you mind, if you join this presentation, I hope you can give any suggestion or any comments for this presentation. Okay, if there are no any question or suggestion, we are going to the next presentation. Miss Andika, Mr. Andika.
Yes, Pak.
Ibu Lita is already here or?
Not yet, Pak.
Oh,
but
not yet.
But if you want to present, the next presenter will be you yourself. But if you want to present now, it's okay. So we can to continue the next presenter after a break.
Okay, because Ibu Lita Barus is not already here, I will present my next article because in this session until 2 o'clock, I have actually 3 presentations. And in the same time, I'm a chairman of this session. Excuse me, I apologize for this reality because I accept this schedule from the committee. Okay, I will present my next presentation, and for the same time I apologize because I see there is an error, technical error for the inputting of my time in this schedule, and right now I will present my presentation on different title, and because as I said before, there is an error inputting the time of this schedule. Okay, I will share my presentation. My presentation is public perception on the potential of radicalism, a survey on the social media behavior of the Jakarta community during the pandemic. This research I have finished before last month with the National Counter-Terrorism Agency, BNPT. Okay, I start my presentation by explaining about my abstract. The study aims to measure how the relationship between community digital behavior and the potential for radicalism, which can result in religious violent acts, especially during the outbreak of pandemic COVID-19. This study uses a quantitative approach, which makes the questionnaire as an interview tool to explain the relationship between the dependent variable and independent variable in conducting hypothesis testing. The sampling method uses multi-stack random sampling with the distributing of certain community characteristics. The finding of this study indicate that the radicalism potential index in the Jakarta reached 60.1. The attitude dimension has higher value than the understanding dimension, meaning that the number of people who don't understand the issue of radicalism of simply follow media trend is higher. The potential of radicalism is higher among women, Generation Z, as well as those who are active in spreading religious content on the internet. The index of potential for radicalism tends to be high for those who are exclusive. From the abstract, I going to the methodology. Not methodology, but about respondent profile. Actually, I have right here for methodology, but I don't find here. It is an error for me when I inputting the data from what to the PowerPoint. Okay, about respondent profile, because it is a survey and use multi-stack random sampling. The respondent of this research about 400 people. From the perspective of gender, the respondent in this study were residents of Jakarta, with the criteria being 14 years till 55 years old. Respondent amount to 400 people with male gender, 15.9%, or as many as 201 people, while those who are female are 49% or 199 people. Overall, this data indicate that the sampling carried out is in accordance with the gender proportionally in Jakarta, which is close to ratio of 50-50. Okay, about status of the respondent. Age classification, the distribution of the age characteristic of the respondent in this study dominated by the millennial generation, age 22, 39 years of 55% or 220 people, while the age of Generation X, age from 40 to 55 years. Okay, it is about the age classification of the respondent of this research. Okay, we are going to the radicalism potential index in Jakarta. Based on the table, the distribution of the potential radicalism in Jakarta from the characteristic of 400 respondents related to the understanding dimension was 12.4%. The attitude dimension was 32.8%, and the action dimension was 3.2%. The radicalism potential index in Jakarta is included in the alert. Okay, it is the one of the main point of this research that the radicalism potential index in Jakarta is included in the alert to safe category. Safe category. The attitude dimension is the dimension with the highest high value. Radicalism potential index based on gender. Based on the table, the index of potential radicalism in Jakarta based on gender, male is 40.1% and female 80.2%. Thus, the index potential for radicalism tend to be higher among urbanites and women. Female tend to be highest than men regarding to the radicalism potential index band based on the gender in Jakarta. Okay, radicalism potential index by generation. Based on the table, the radicalism potential index in Jakarta is based on the distribution of characteristic of 400 respondents. Generation Z as much as 66.8%, millennial as much as 66.5%, and Generation X as much as 50.9%. Thus, the radicalism potential index tend to be higher in Z generation. It is the table of the research founding. And radicalism potential index based on internet access. The index of potential for radicalism in the Jakarta based on the distribution of respondent. Those who have access the internet are 50.7%, while those who don't access the internet are 90.6%. And it is a radicalism potential index that has spread religious content via internet. And we find that those who had spread religious information content via the internet were 80.6%, while those who had never spread religious information content via internet were 40.4%. Okay, we are moving to the typology of respondent. We have categorized respondent to the two categorization, exclusive and inclusive respondent. The distribution of exclusive typology of respondent was 44 and 2%, and exclusive typology was 40.3%. Thus, the index of potential of radicalism tends to be higher in those who are less literate and in those who are exclusive. Okay, we are going to the conclusion. This research showed that in pandemic era, where people do more virtual activities, due to the effect of the government large-scale social restriction policy, or we call PSBB, the index of potential for radicalism in Jakarta reached 60.1%. The attitude dimension has higher value, 32.8, than the understanding dimension, 12.4, meaning that people who don't understand or just join is higher. The potential for radicalism is higher among women, Z generation, as well as those who are active in spreading religious content on the internet. The index of potential for radicalism tend to be higher for those who are exclusive. This is my bibliography. There are many sources for this research, both from journal article and book chapter. Okay, thank you for your attention, and we are going to the Q&A session. If there are any suggestion or any question, we give time to the floor, to the participant to time to this Q&A session. Okay, Andika, Ibu Lita is already here, or?
Unfortunately, not yet, Pak Ronald, Pak Mul. So I think maybe we can, but it's with your consent, maybe we take a break first, or we can move to the next presenter. I think Bapak Iskandar Abdul Somad is already here, but how do you think? We take a break first and we continue after 12 and 30, or how?
Okay, I think please give me time for 2 minutes. I ask the committee first, how if we finish for this session before break, or we just continue to the next presentation.
Pak Mul, actually, if the presenters is already here, that's no problem.
Okay.
I already communicate with.
Still, we still have about half of time remaining for the session. I think it's not mine if we give time to Bapak Iskandar Samad to present his article. Bapak Iskandar is here.
All right. Well, I'm so sorry, Pak. I think we better, to keep in, our schedule at 1 p.m. and yeah. Well, I think it would be better if we could stick on my schedule. So we would be happy if we could go back at 1 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, sorry, Pak. Yeah.
If you don't mind to move to the session, okay.
Yes, that's correct. So I'll meet you all at 1 p.m. later on, because I and Senator Fahru Razi will do the presentation together, because I'm the co-author for this, for this paper. So yeah, I'm still waiting for, the availability of Senator Fahru Razi. Yeah. So if you don't mind, Pak, we will be at 1 p.m. later on.
Okay.
Is that all right, Pak?
Okay.
No problem.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. And if you want to give the opportunity for other speakers, they're
okay.
Thank you very much, Pak.
Okay. Okay, Andika, if there are not any presentation else, maybe we close our session for this time before break time actually, and we hope to the participant we see you again in the next second session for this session after break on 1 before to 12:30 o'clock. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
I give time to Andika as a master of ceremony, please.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mula Warman, for our great chair session. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we have the session and presenter and participant. We now have, or maybe more 40 minutes for break. Please join us again at 12:15 Western Indonesian time. 12:15. So we can join again to this session, and we immediately continue to the next presenter. Thank you. Thank you, Pak Mul.
Thank you, Andika, and all presenter and participant.
All right. Okay. I'm sorry, Pak Mula Warman. So the next presenter would be, other people or our team. Who will be the next author? I mean, the next presenter.
Actually, in order is your Pak Iskandar and your and the team. But if you not ready, the next is me myself.
Oh, okay, that's all right, Pak.
So maybe that's okay if I begin at 12:15, and after that you and your team.
Thank you very much, Pak Andika. I appreciate that one.
Yeah,
all right.
Welcome.
Okay, see you again then.
Okay,
thank you, Pak Dr. Mula Warman.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Asia, with its vast and steady growth, has turned itself into the leader of global economy. Indonesia, with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensive studies and researches are crucial. With our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, officially the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it's academically fulfilling for me.
With dedicated and qualified lecturers from academic and practical background, School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia produce scholars and practitioners that will ready for global challenges. Together, we build the nation for a better world.
Jiwa manis Indonesia. La 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 la. Indonesia. Tidaklah suram si matahari. Awan putih terbang melayang. Kawan sejati tetap terbayang. Jiwa manis Indonesia. La 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 la. Indonesia. Tidaklah kami sampai kemari. Cuci-cuci di pinggir sumur. Kawan sejati tak bisa luntur.
Case study, I think I also discussed it earlier, but in general, there are two types of scenario. The first one, the canyon is facing east and west. The second one is facing north and south. There are two sides here, and the feature of the building is they are mostly look alike, yeah. So the courtyard canyon feature, but the difference is just the orientation of the canyon is swept to from east west to the north south, and the height of the building is also almost same. That's why I try to get the fair judgment as possible. So this is the comparisons of the what we call that reliability studies. This one is for the east and west scenario. This one is north and south scenario. So for this one, is saying that this is the OCAS model. Yeah, this is the results of the OCAS model, the one I said just now, using this empirical modeling, while the second row of the table is showing the simulated data. So here is showing that this is the estimation of the urban heat island itself for different sky view vector. Yeah, canyon is the biggest, is showing the biggest sky view vector, while the courtyard is the smallest. So it's showing that the urban heat island itself is going from the bigger and to the lower from the courtyard to the canyon. While for the drop of the MVMAT air temperature here that I calculated from the diurnal to nocturnal is showing here that the canyon for this context is showing that 1.32, while the smaller one, the dropping is for the courtyard 0.27. Yeah, and this data is showing that the drop really showing in the courtyard, in the canyon configurations. But again, the U configuration is showing very high because of is facing west solar radiations. That's why the trend is not following the order. So for the north and south, yeah, for north and south, in this scenario, the data is showing that is another round. So the urban heat island, yeah, if you can compare here, yeah, is recorded lower. Yeah, here is around 11.45, but here is around 6.79. But the drop of the air temperature, yeah, is showing that the canyon one is the biggest, and while the Quadian one is the smallest. So there are two scenarios here, and they are showing the different data. But the trend for the dropping of the air temperature calculated by the MVMET is showing that the lower the sky view vector, the lower the drop of the air temperature itself. So in this case, is saying that the simulations is in line with the OCAS model. So this is the regression analysis. Just bear in mind that the data that I calculate or I analyze in this study is only microclimate. I'm not talking about the thermal comfort in this context, because the model that was formulated by the OK just now, it was meant or designed for the calculations of the microclimate, not the thermal comfort. So here is showing that yeah, it is valid, yeah, with all of the statistical data. The P value, the R square value, the RMSE value, yeah, is all showing that the data is significantly valid. And yeah, the conclusion is showing that the computer simulations, which in this case is using the NVMET, is one of the alternative, yeah, to study, especially for the microclimate in this context, and is reliable and valid. So this one, of course, would assist the planners to strategize their design or planning in the city, especially for the configurations of the building, which in this context is a residential building. So that's it from me. Thank you very much, Dr. Reni.
Thank you, Dr. We have time for question and answer. So I would like directly to the audience. So audience, if you have a questions, please raise your hands or just directly unmute your microphone. Okay, the floor is for audience. Is there any question for the last presenters from Dr. Linyola? Mr. Raja Iskandar, do you still here? Or probably from the next presenters, after break, we will gather again. And some of the presenters, such as Dita Trisnawan, Mr. Dita Trisnawan, Mr. Hendy Warlika Sedo Putra, Mr. Muhammad Ashraf Muhammad Fauzi, and Mr. Ahmad Eriza Aminanto will have a presentation after the break. Probably 12:30, we will gather again. But first of all, let us wrap up these presentations. Do you have any question from audience? Okay, still not there. Dr. Linyola, so this is your wrap up presentation. So I think it's very correlated with your previous presentation for the first one. So at your recommendations, so what is the most urge or the urgency between Kuala Lumpur and Jakarta? So the policy implication. So do you think the government, what is the most should be done first by the government to make or to do your findings in your opinions?
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Reni. Actually, we already have the policy set to regulate this, at least for the basic one. For example, like the distance between one building to another, and as well as maybe the land surveys, land surveys in the city center. The most urgent thing is actually the enforcement of the policy itself, because the policy is there, but it's not fully enforced. This one is actually happen everywhere, including in the what we call that, in the poor area as well as in the elite area, because in the elite area they also cover the urban surface with the concrete, and the distance between buildings is also filled up by some other things, for example, like their garage, and they have another small room next to their house, and this one will what do you call that, will add up into the worst scenario of the urban physics of the city. The city would be blocked. The material of the building is storing the heat, etc., etc. So everything come together and make the worst scenario. So I think, of course, the two cities policies are already fine. Kuala Lumpur is already having their policy on distance between one building to another, but Jakarta is also having that, but it's not fully enforced. So our problem is actually in the enforcement of the policy. And as well as maybe the behavior or the attitude of the society. Sometimes the policymakers and the local authority already try to enforce it, but our society refuse to follow. So I think it's an urgent call to for everybody to do their own role, including the societies and the policymakers. That's it.
Okay. So both of the cities have a common problem. So
yes,
so that's the enforcement, law enforcement for the policy implication. Okay, there is a message privately sent to me from Mr. Raja Iskandar. He asked about, may I ask what makes you choose Kuala Lumpur as your study population? That's for Dr. Lin.
Yeah,
Mr. Raja.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Raja. I was previously live in Kuala Lumpur. I was working there for around 11 years. So 11 to 12 years. There's also when I also did my research when I was lecturing in Kuala Lumpur. So that's why what is the reason, because I live there and I collected data there. But of course, towards these 2 years, I'm looking at the comparison studies, because I now live and work in Jakarta. So I can see that the problem is actually also there, but it's even worse. So I think it's a very good idea to compare the two scenarios, because the context is actually similar. We are in the tropical context. Cultural context is also almost close to each other. So it's a very interesting idea to compare them. Yeah.
Okay, so the both of cities are comparable, and it's interesting also for the findings, because we knew the policy is there, but the law enforcement is still being a problem. So Mr. Raja said, "Wow," because he said in privately. So he noticed, wow, he's surprised with your experience living in Kuala Lumpur for 11 years. So welcome to Jakarta again. Okay, Mr. Raja, can you, if you don't mind, you can ask another questions to Dr. Lin.
Please.
Yeah. May I ask, because since you do a comparison between Jakarta and Kuala Lumpur, However, perhaps the intensity of the city might be differs because if we're talking about Jakarta, I think Jakarta is almost like a metropolitan size city, right? It's bigger than Kuala Lumpur. Kuala Lumpur, I think, is a bit smaller than significantly than Jakarta. What do you think, Dr. Linola?
Yeah, you are very right. The scale of the city is actually different, but what I'm doing is actually there are different layers of the study. The first one is more on the microclimate, but towards the end, I would investigate for the urban scale, which just now that I just presented the study on the emissivity. So for the micro scale, it is actually just almost same. Yeah, of course, the surrounding development would influence it, but yeah, for the microclimate, it's more on the building scale or the distance between, or maybe the open space in between buildings or residential area, and yeah, of course, there are other features to consider. Yeah, for example, like the urban roughness of the city, which of course in Jakarta area is more complicated, is more dense, But just bear in mind that the Jakarta itself, the density is concentrated on the buffer zones compared to the city zones. So if we compare the micro scale, Jakarta and Kuala Lumpur almost the same, unless the one I said just now, some policy enforcement, law enforcement are not really done very well in Jakarta. For example, like the distance between building become very small or not at all, maybe in some scenario because of that enforcement of the policy is not done very well. Yeah, in this case, yeah, Jakarta is not better than Kuala Lumpur, but in the main component or main considerations, they are almost equal for the micro scale. Thank you, Dr. Raja.
Okay. Yeah, we are on the last minutes of sessions, but we have one comments from Mr. Puji. Congratulations, Dr. Lin. You are a very productive writer. So my question, what is new insight of your current research? Probably the other research, right? If I'm not wrong. Can you explain another research about your new insight of your current research? Probably the another research, as I don't wrong to understand.
Yeah, if I've tried to understand it, maybe this one is talking about the novelty. Or
Novelty. Okay.
Yeah, novelty or the significance of the research itself. So yeah, what I'm trying to say is the study done by OK, it was done in Western countries where what we call that, where the context of the cities are almost in four-season countries. So the what we call that, the new implications or the novelty of this research. I'm using the same model, the equation that formulated just now. There were two equations just now. I used that model, but in tropical context. So I already investigated in so many studies. This one is not yet done. So I try to do that in tropical context as well as in Kuala Lumpur and Jakarta context. And I found that this model, even though it was formulated from the investigations done in the Western countries or the four-season countries, is still applying the same objectives or the same concept, that the height to width aspect ratio and the sky view vector angle is really defining the heat stress in the urban space. So I'm saying that this one is applicable to the tropical context, and as the finding of the result is saying that the geometry of the urban spaces is really contributing to the urban heat island. So the country, the policy makers or the authorities need to consider this and make the specific maybe policies to do so, to consider, for example, like for the bidding regulations and so on and so forth.
Okay. Just last question, please quick answer for this. There is a private message to me from Mr. Dita Trisnawan. Is it considered too late to implement the policy on this, or we can apply it a little bit, or and then a little bit by bit? Can you answer that?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Reni. And who was that just now, Dr. Raja?
No, Mr. Dita
Mr.
Trisnawan.
Dita. Yeah, Dr. Dita. Thank you very much, Dr. Dita. Is it possible? Yes, of course, it's possible. But I specifically saying that this one is 100% possible for the new, city development. So the one that that we are doing in Kalimantan now, we can directly implement this. That the urban configuration should consider maybe the ratio of the height to width aspect ratio and the proper sky view factor to mitigate the urban heat island impact. But what about the current situations of the complex city like the Jakarta metropolitan area? Is it possible? It's still possible, but not 100% because the buildings are already there. So how we do that? We do the policy and maybe implement it like what you said just now, bit by bit, for the new development or new construction of the buildings and maybe some urban revitalizations.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Linyola. So we are finished. I will not wrap up, but the audience can wrap up by ourselves. So I will give it the time to Mrs. Rizka. Rizka, are you there?
Yes, Dr.
Okay, thank you
Rani.
for the audience for coming to the second International Conference on Sustainable Design, Engineering, Management, and Science, especially for session F. Please, Mrs. Rizka. Thank you for the presenters, Dr. Lin, Dr. Raja. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Dr.
you,
Reni.
Dr. Reni and Dr. Linyola. So for this session, we're having a break for now, and please join us again at 12:30 Western Indonesian time. We're still having 4 more presenters, and and please don't forget to join us at 4 p.m. Western Indonesian time, because we will have the closing ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Rizka. See you later after the break, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
See you.
Thank you, Dr. Lin.
Thank you, Dr. Reni.
Thank you, Dr. Reni.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Raja.
Thank you, Dr. Rani.
Yeah.
Asia, with its vast and steady growth, has turned itself into the leader of global economy. Indonesia, with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensive studies and researches are crucial. With our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, officially the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it's academically fulfilling for me.
With dedicated and qualified lecturers from academic and practical background, School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia produce scholars and practitioners that will ready for global challenges. Together, we build the nation for a better world.
health education and campaigns, and another in socio and also health education. In socio-economic emergency, this is the program called Cash for Work, and also food aid, mustahik case aid, etc. In business also concerned to their existing program. So how in the emergency of COVID, the program which has carrying out must be secure, such as so the business has the program such business support for mustahik. As we know that business has a lot of program in community development field, and also training production process with health protocols for mustahik business, and also establish disaster response village and online sales of Jetmart. Jetmart is one of program of business. It's what we say toko kelontong, zakat mart, and it's supported by business from the mustahik. This is the result also the implementation of the SAM of Cash for Work program for UMK or SMEs. So as you know that the most affected person or people in this COVID is the first is SMEs, and the second is the what we say informal worker such as Gojek, etc. So business give the provide this program, give a cash for work maybe to and give the voucher to what is it to buy something their needs in Jetmart. This is the realization of COVID-19 emergency program distribution by business. As you know, that there is maybe 722 trillion rupiah, and the data is per August 2020. The conclusion, as you know, the innovation in distributing zakat funds by business through the COVID-19 emergency program is an innovative breakthrough, because we can see how flexible the implementation of Islamic law during an emergency like this pandemic. Through the COVID-19 emergency program, business distributes zakat funds through two sectors, namely special distribution program, health emergency, and socio-economic program. And also existing provide the strategy for existing for securing existing program. From philosophical perspective, in my analysis, business implements the concept of maqasid syariah in the COVID-19 emergency program, which prioritize hifzuddin and hifzun-nafas. Which I mean, hifzuddin is business also the first priority hifzuddin, how to make sure the Muslim society, the ummah can stay perform 5 pillars of Islam, and also zakat, salat, and etc. And at the same time, business also concerned to for hifzun-nafas. And we, as we saw, and as I explained before, in the program of health emergencies. This all, Dr. Mulawarman and the audience. Maybe the suggestion or from this paper is for the next research maybe the researcher can analyze or research for further research about how the contribution of zakat in the context of JPN, Jaringan Pengaman Nasional or Social Safety Network, and also in the program of PEN, Pemulihan Ekonomi Nasional, which is economic recovery national economic recovery program. This all, Pak Mulawarman and the audience, the critics or the suggestion from you is what I need now. Thank you. Your microphone is still mute, Pak.
Okay, thank you very much for Handika for your great presentation. I think we get more information from your presentation, and from this paper, we give time to the floor to audience participant to give suggestion or question regarding this presentation. Is there someone want to give some critical suggestion to Handika regarding his presentation? The audience also can write his presentation, his question to the chat, and we will read this question. If there are any. Okay, if we don't have any question or suggestion, we move to the next paper by Dr. Iskandar Samad and team. Before we ask Dr. Iskandar Samad, do you ready to deliver your presentation?
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Mulawarman. Yeah, we are ready to deliver our presentation, and for the first step, the first author of this paper will deliver the presentation, and then I will follow, his instruction later on. Okay, I think for the first session, the first author, Farurazi, will deliver the presentation first, and then, in the result section, I'll do the presentation. Thank you very much, Pak Dr. Mulawarman. Pak Farurazi, are you ready, Pak?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mulawarman and Mr. Iskandar for our research. We will presentation about competitiveness, the origin of innovation and human resources. So, Mr. Mulawarman, you can hear my voice. I don't know because something problem in my laptop.
We are hearing you. It's clear.
Right. Yeah.
So we will presentation. I will presentation, and Mr. Iskandar. The first I will presentation about the introduction, and my colleague, Mr. Iskandar, will continue about the results of the our research. So for introduction, the issue of low regional competitiveness in many developing countries has been discussed by many researchers across the world. Hollis 2018 state that establishing concept of regional competitiveness is very important at national level. In line with this, Schwab 2018 said that competitiveness is crucial for every country across the globe, in which this could help the people of a country to have a better living standards. Other researcher, Adriana 2019 mentioned that in West Sumatra province, the municipality, a city is considered as the most high competitiveness index compared to Regency city. This is due to the domination of input factor than output factor. The other words, the people here pay more attention on the input rather than the output factor. The issue of competitiveness is one of the 8 elements in national defense, which is economic. A number of economic in the world have high attention in this sector, including the European Economic Community and the world, HANITA 2020. The economic element, it's cover the issue of welfare, justice, security, independence, and competitiveness. So this research discuss about the competitiveness issue, considering it's important. Therefore, this issue attract Indonesian authority attention due to its negative impact toward the life of the Indonesian. In 2018 and in 2019, Committee 1 of DPD RI has agreed to draft a bill of regional competitiveness. So the formulation of the bill of regional competitiveness was motivated by global competition, which demand that region establish the right strategy to improve the welfare of their people. Region of experts to seek and recognize potential that will be developed and have an impact on improving the welfare of the community. It is a fact that low regional competitive may cause high poverty, income inequality, less competitive human resources, and slow acceleration of economic growth. If this condition keep continuing, it will certainly have an impact on national competitiveness, which will interfere with Indonesian ability to compare with other people in the world. So this research aims to establishing a law of regional competitiveness. The law is important because by having law, it will help realizing community welfare by optimize the use of human resources and natural resources. In fact, at this point, the law is not well designed yet. So therefore, this research will work on this field because it is believed that this law will improve regional development performance to integrated, comprehensive, and sustainable development strategy and program, especially for region whose potential utilization is still low. So the role of the head of region in increasing competitiveness depend very much on the ability of the region to identify the factor that from and determine regional competitiveness, which the ability of the region to be careful in identifying and determining of competitiveness. The region can formulate a strategy to determine what policies should be taken so their competitiveness can continue to increase so that they are able to sustain Indonesian progress and position of competitiveness in the regional and global arena. So for methodology, this research, of course, this research is a qualitative research. It's aimed at establishing a law of regional competitive in Indonesia. This method is selected to deeply about the research problem from different angles. So that's the results. Coach reach meaningful picture of the complete situation. So I think this research employed 21 participants to gather the data. This research has been carried since March until September 2019 in several provinces in Indonesia, and then there's East Java, Sulawesi, Riau Island, and North Sumatra. The data are gathered through focus group discussion, interview, and documentation, and they are analyzed qualitative and suggested by Creswell 2009. So for next presentation, I would like give the time for Mr. Iskandar to continue about the.
Thank you very much, Pa.
Please, Mr.
Thank you
Iskandar.
very much, Pa Farorazi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for our research results, we would like to display to show you about two big main points of the research. The first one is about the regional innovation. So in this first main finding, there are a number of items that you could see on the slide. So the first one is improving the quality of the human resources. And then the second one is management of natural resources and the environment. And then the third one is strengthening social capital, and then fiscal management, provisions of infrastructure, technology utilization and development, and institutional strengthening. And last one is strengthening regulation. And the second one is increasing of human resources quality. Perhaps, in the second main finding, we would like to deliver a bit more in this point. Okay, we would like to talk about the character building and then education and training. Pak Farul, do you mind to turn the next slide, please? Slide number 9. Yep. All right. Okay. So, to increase the character building, we really need cooperation between the central government and the local governments. What the government should do is, the first one is designing programs, designing programs in the field of character. So the government should be able to carry out, many or various programs in relation to increase the character and also the morals of the community, that they could start later on from their own family, and then from their schools, universities, or what we call by educational unit, and of course the community environment. And next, please, Pak. Slide number 10. Okay, now we talk about in the education sector. The government could improve the quality of education in the regions through increasing teacher competence. So this is very important. And then improving service quality and providing infrastructure and expanding access. And the second one is increasing the ability of the public schools, senior high school, or vocational graduates to enter a study program that is accredited superior. We call it superior for accredited A through mentoring. And then the third one is giving a guarantee the opportunity to continue education for particularly a poor family to the tertiary level, like universities. Especially for those who are successfully accepted into a study program that is accredited A by providing scholarships. Yeah, next, Pak Farul.
Okay.
Okay, and then in terms of the training, by providing these various types of training, it could improve and develop job competencies. So in order to increase capability and productivity by taking into account the need of the job market and business world. So this is very important. And the second one is obliging the business worlds in the regions to be responsible for enhancing or developing the competence of the workers through job training, for example, or by providing equal opportunities for workers to take part in job training according to their talents and then interests, as well as their abilities. Okay. And next one is we could, send our local manpower to attend job training to improve or to develop work competencies. So according to their own talents and then interests and also abilities, both in the field region or outside of their place, outside of their region. And then next is providing job competency recognition for workers who have attended job training through job competency certification. Okay, Pak Farul. Yeah, I think I'll give the floor for you, Pak Farul, for the conclusion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Iskandar, for your presentation. For our conclusion, the establishing a law of regional competitiveness is a must for Indonesia. This law is very beneficial for the welfare of the people in this country. This law at least could improve the life quality of the people in the country by developing the regional innovation and improving the quality of human resources to be able to take part in the regional competitiveness. So thank you for our presentation and the time. So for Mr. Iskandar, I think you can continue for the last hour. presentation. Please, Mr.
All right. Okay, thank you very much, Pak Farrazi. Okay, Pak Mulawarman and Pak Handika, okay, we give the floor for you. And audience, if you have any comments, suggestions, to improve our research, please do so. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We give applause to both presenters. I think it is very good presentation and good information for us about human resources quality increasing and development, both regional and national in the country. If there are any suggestion or question for the audience and the participants, we give time for you all. And I ask for the second time to the audience. Is there any question? Okay, I have one question for the to both bystander.
Right, thank you very much, Pak.
Regarding to the national policy of Indonesia government about state budget of education budget, we have 20% of the state budget allocated to the education budget. Do you have do you can measure how the success of this policy, both regional and national, in relating with the increasing the fall of human resources in Indonesia, developing human resources in Indonesia?
All right. Well, thank you very much, Pak. This is a very good question. I think Pak Farrazi knows more about this one because I think right now he's working on that one too. Okay, Pak Farul. What do you think about the 20% of budget, the state budget allocated for the education, and how success it is implemented in the education, both in region, both in the province or national level?
Yeah, so based off our regulation now, so for the budget of education, more than 20%. But the problem is the implementing in the field and the region, many the regions, they have no regulation the same with the central government. So for our regulation in Undang-Undang, so clear to give the limits more than 20% budget for education. But in many regions, more than 20 province, they have no budget more than 20%. So the second problem, if the budget for education, not for the quality and human resources, but they use the budget for infrastructure and something needs not for high the quality, but they focus for the infrastructure and something in our opinion, this is not important for the develop the education. So I think this is my opinion, Mr. Iskandar. So you can continue.
So I think Pak Dr. Mulawarman, from Pak Fahrul explanation, so we could assume that there is a big problem in the region and also in the national level, in which that the budget, some province have enough budget, about 20% of the state budget, but still there are a number of provinces that has not that much budget. And also even in some provinces, as mentioned by Pak Farul, that the budget is not appropriately used. And they're supposed to use the budget to increase, like the competence of the teachers, as I mentioned you before. But most of the I don't know what is it executive, like the important men in the state, they use it for the infrastructure. Perhaps these kind of people, of course, the authority in the state have their own opinion why they use to the infrastructure rather than to increase the competence of education in the region. But again, as Pak already said, that it is not appropriately used. So they're supposed to use it for the education, not for the infrastructure. Yeah, so that is our opinion, Pak Dr. Mulawarman.
Okay.
And perhaps, if you have something that need to add, then, you could give that one, we could take that one as our consideration to be our input of our research.
Okay, thank you so much for Pak Dr. Iskandar dan Pak Dr. Rozi. And again, I ask to the audience to give their suggestion or question. And actually, I have one more.
Yeah.
About question, not question actually.
Yeah.
Only want to ask your opinion about also about education, related to the education.
Okay, it's mean time is over for this session, and then we move to the next presentation. Is Sylvie Priskia Nurhidayati with us? Sylvia already joined, or Sylvia are you with us? Okay, then we continue to the next speaker. There is Kurniawati Iskandar, but the representative will represent this article. Who's, let me check. The second is, wait. Budara. Oh, salah masalahnya. Oke, kita dah. Anissa Irfani, are you with us? Anissa? Halo, Anissa Irfani. Okay. Anissa Irfani is in the list, but maybe Parit can reach her. Whether they can.
Okay, I think Miss Anissa Irfani is in the list of breakout room participants, but yeah, there is Anissa Irfani here in the breakout room participants. Maybe there is a problem with your microphone, Miss Anissa, because you has unmuted, but we couldn't see your voice nor your video.
Okay, if after this Arif and then Bulin Yola. Okay, Sylvia and then Anissa. We are waiting for Anissa. Okay.
Yeah. We couldn't hear your voice, Miss Anissa. Miss Anissa, do you use headset? Maybe you can unplug your headset. and using your device speaker because we couldn't hear your voice.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, hello.
We can hear you, Miss Anissa.
Hello.
Yeah, you can do it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Udah full.
Okay, now you can present.
Tes.
Yeah, we can hear your voice.
Tes. Ada ya? Oh, sorry. Okay. So how to share my, could you please help me how to share my presentation?
Which
There's
device do
no,
you use? Laptop or handphone?
yeah?
If you are using laptop, there is a share screen button in the middle, in the below of
green one.
your screen. Yes, the green one.
Yang video setting ya? Gimana ya?
Or maybe you can you have you found the share screen button in the middle of your screen?
Oh, ini ada.
Including the following. Number one, what is the Muslim Jews interest or millennial in the selection of new link Aja Sharia product? Number two, what factors influence the interest in using link Aja Sharia new product? And number three, how do these factor findings influence the interest in using the new link Aja Sharia product? And then to research framework, the research is explained to be useful to fill research gap where previous research related to the factor that influence interest in using new product in electronic money is still limited. This study used the TAM and TPB models by including variables of perceived usefulness, perceived easy of use, subjective norm, perception of behavioral control, attitude, intention to use, religious belief, and knowledge level. The research contributes to the exciting literature because of the limited research that consider TAM and TBB models by including perception of usefulness, perceived easy of use, subjective norm, and etc. I will make research methodology. This study used an exploratory research and or followed by descriptive research or descriptive research. This study used primary data obtained directly through a questionnaire survey to respondent prospective user of the new link Aja Sharia product. The questionnaire user electronic media in the form of Google Form distributed via email and social media application such as WhatsApp, Instagram, and others. In exploratory research, secondary data is used a theoretical basis for criticism and initial description of new product categories. This case data is collected from the web, newspaper, magazine, social media, and published research report. In the result and discussion, This is pretest for 30 respondents. In the profile of respondent, in this study are potential user of Link Aja Syariah product within the scope of target audience and target market of the Link Aja Syariah product. The survey was conducted by distributing questionnaire using Google Form Indonesia with the target generation Muslim millennials from 34 provinces in Indonesia. In this study, respondents are prospective users of Link Aja Syariah product in Indonesia who use internet technology to support their daily activities since June 10, 2020. There have been 293 web links to respondents who meet the requirement, including creating millennial Muslim who use the internet in their daily activity. This is profile of respondent. And then measurement model analysis or outer model. However, since the end of the respondent data on June 16, 2020, only 214 forms are available that can be returned. After filling in the complete document and selected according to the requirement, only 180 questionnaires are needed by 9 questionnaires. Therefore, in this study, 172 questionnaires have been processed further. Research has been carried out, research model identification, measurement model test, model validity test, model reliability test, research statistical model fit test, interpretation and research model modification, and classical assumption test with good result. This is structural test result of research model. The result of the hypothesis X1 are accepted and H0 is rejected, namely perceived easy of use or PEOU, affect all persons perceived usefulness to use the new Link Aja Syariah product. X2 is accepted and HO is rejected, namely perceived usefulness or PU affect a person's attitude or ATU to use the new Link Aja Syariah product, and HO is accepted and X3 is rejected, namely perceived easy of use or PEOU doesn't affect someone's attitude to use Link Aja Syariah new product. And X4 is rejected, namely perceived usefulness doesn't affect someone's intention to use to Link Aja Syariah product. And X5 is accepted, namely attitude affects someone's intention to use to Link Aja Syariah new product. And then X6 is accepted, namely the subjective norm affect a person's intention to use the new Link Aja Syariah product. And X7 is accepted, namely perceived behavioral control or PBC affects someone to use the new Link Aja Syariah product. And then X8 accepted, and namely religious belief or RB affect a person intention to use Link Aja Syariah new product. And then H9 is accepted, namely level of knowledge affects someone intention to use new Link Aja Syariah product. This is correlation attachment between variable. According to the Mendico, the analysis of influence is intended to see how powerful variable with another variable, but directly and indirectly, the interpretation of this result has an important benefit is analyzing a person's appeal, but rational and emotional in his interest is using a new product of Link Aja Syariah. Referring to Santoso, if the value a correlation less than 0.5, then both variables have a poor relation. There are two significant factors, X1 and X2. Also, it was discovered that perceived ease of use didn't affect attitude or atu, but in the indirect effect can suggest that perceived ease of use factor has an indirect effect with a person to use a new product of Lingaja Sharia in the amount of 0.663. Indirect effect balance also shows that there is an indirect effect between perceived usefulness and intention to use.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but your presentation time is up, so we
Okay,
have to move on to the Q&A session.
okay. Maybe my
You can
conclusion.
continue, jump up to the conclusion, Ms.
Yes.
Umusulia. Yes.
Okay. 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 Conclusion. This research make two main contribution. First, the integrated TAM and TPB model to explain the determinant of interest in using new product, in this case Sharia electronic money as a means of payment. Second, this study shows the perception of assessment attitude, subjective perception of behavioral control, religious belief, and level of knowledge are direct and indirect factors affecting interest someone to use link aja Sharia. It is also conclude the religious belief has the most influence on a person interest in using the new link aja Sharia product. This show that link aja Sharia product are accepted in the Indonesian community. It's no longer about the new technology of the financial system is in electronic money, but it has penetrated to how it has the value added of current technology. I think enough of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Umusulia, for your very nice presentation, and I think also good contribution to the literature in the context of Indonesia in economic, Islamic economic in Indonesia. Yes. Okay, now I open the floor, the question from the floor. If any participant, other speaker, want to ask the question to Ms. Umusulia, please unmute your speaker, or maybe you can type in Zoom chat. Meanwhile, let me take the opportunity to ask. First, you state in the abstract that you are focused on the millennial what is that? Millennial generation, right? Can you tell me what is definition your millennial here? This is the first. The second one, you mentioned in the methodology that you distribute your questionnaire through the internet, right? How to set up the sampling framework? Because I'm wondering, you mentioned that you send the email. It means you already know the list of the people who will be a target for your research. Please explore in this question.
In my research, millennials who what is this? The early 98, 80 as starting birth year and the mid until 1980 to early 2000 and as ending birth year. And
so this is the filter for your respondent, right? So people who are in the outside this range, it will be part of your research. Okay, now how to distribute your questionnaire?
What do you mean, Miss?
Yeah. You mentioned that you have around 172 respondents, right? And then how to get the information? You distribute the information through email.
Yes, I have.
So it means you already list of the target, respondent target.
Respondent target with the what is this? Survey with Google form, and
Okay.
yes.
Then So you just send randomly so everyone can fill it, and then you filter whether these people belong to your definition, millennial or not.
Yes, I better with the Islamic religion in the age 20 until 40 age in the 34 provinces in Indonesia.
I mean, in your research, because your research involves primary data, you should explain clearly how to gather your information, your data. Let us know what is your sampling framework and so on and so on. Okay, still I open the floor. If you have any question from other participants, please. And if not, so according to your research, do you have any general conclusion? I mean, yes, you're right. Your research is only focused on the millennial generation. Is that valid? This research, this funding to other generation? What do you think?
What? I think the research, my conclusion to make main contribution in Lingaja Sharia product are accepted in the Indonesian community is no longer about the new technology of financial system or e-money, but it has penetrated to how it has the value added of current technology for society.
Okay, it means, as you mentioned, this is not only adoption, technological adoption. It means necessary young people, even older people can do it, right? But the problem, the main concern is religious matter, religious background that consider that links, Syariah link is maybe better than what is the conventional link.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we have 3 minutes more. I open the question from the floor. If any confirmation, also ask the question to Ms. Soliha. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I didn't see the flow chart of your structural equation modeling. Are you preparing this? In your presentation, I didn't say, I'm sorry.
Model.
Yes, your model. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, if there is no any other question, I close the session from Ms. Solia. Let me join me to give applause for her presentation. Thank you, Ms. Solia.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, very good. Next, we move to next speakers. We have still in our list still 4 person. Again, I invite Ms. Riani Ramawati. Is we have here? Do we have here? Okay, no. Mr.
Sylvia Priska. Sylvia Priska. Could you check the attendee?
Yes. In our participant list, there is no Sylvia. Also, there is no the second order, Mr. Mossadegh.
Okay, then. Okay. Let me check.
Sorry, Mr. Sharoni, you are still muted.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The next presentation will be delivered by Ambassador Arif Rahman. Please, Ambassador, you can start your presentation for 15 minutes, and then we have another 15 minutes for question and answer. Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, let me present my journal, Indonesian role in strengthening the commitment to empower women to support the peace process in Afghanistan. I am Arif Rahman. I'm now posting in Kabul, Afghanistan since 2017 as the Ambassador of the Republic of Indonesia. Next, we are talking about the role of the woman. This is Minister of Foreign Affairs, as a woman also. He really stressing connecting with the woman empowerment in Indonesia, even in the world. Next. Afghanistan is a country that is going through a post-war transition period. The war that took place in 2003 changed the political landscape of Afghanistan as a whole. The fall of the Taliban regime completely changed the social order. The government, which previously adopted a theocratic system, has turned into democratic system. Until now, the expected peace has not really materialized. There are still terror attacks in the public space. There are still women who are denied their rights. Indonesia committed to support peace in Afghanistan, starting from providing training for general election organization, mediating dialogue between rival political factions, empowering women, and development initiative in the education and health sector. The collaboration between the Minister of Women's Empowerment and Child Protection, Minister of DPA Indonesia, and Minister of Women Affairs in Afghanistan has been established since December 2013 in the field of economic, health, education, and the role of women in health issues. One of the priority program of the program is the end violence against women and children, and human trafficking, and end economic inequality against women. This initiative is called 3 Ends, collaborative effort that have been carried out into training on preventing violence against women and empowering women through family planning, economic intervention, and Muslim fashion design. In order to build peace, not a few efforts have been made by the Afghan government to resolve the existing conflict through the active role of women in supporting the peace process. A new hope for peace in Afghanistan was born at the same time as the visit of the High Peace Council for Afghanistan to Indonesia in November 2017. The XPC chairman openly expressed his hope that Indonesia could become a mediator in resolving the conflict in Afghanistan. The purpose of the purpose of this research is to explain the role of Indonesia in a peace building in Afghanistan by emphasizing the empowerment of a woman. Research methodology. This study used a qualitative approach where the existing data were obtained through observation in the few and archival documents belonging to the Indonesian embassy in Afghanistan. Selection and information by in-depth interview using sampling theory. Data analysis was performed using interpretive qualitative data analysis through the state of open coding, actual coding, and selective coding. Discussion. Indonesia's existence in a peace effort also helped maintain an international commitment by participating in sending word peacekeeping troops so that it placed Indonesia in a strategic position in international politics, included in the problem in Afghanistan. Indonesia has an important role in the peace process. In carrying out its role as a mediator and peace mediator, Indonesia always uses a soft power approach in dealing with various international and regional issues. Religious approach in a peace process. This is very important. Through the Afghan Nahdlatul Ulama NUA. The presence of NUA is also seen as the face of Indonesian Islamic identity with the blend of the tolerance. It is hoped that the presence of Indonesian and the scholars can build a foundation for peace through a peaceful opinion and exchange ideas in the form of dialogues, forums, and conferences, as well as laying the foundation of trust between related parties through religion. Cultural diplomacy is also needed in helping to change the policy or political environment of the target country. In this case, Indonesia, through its scholar and ideas, can bring some political maneuvers in the Afghan government that can help diffuse the conflict and possible escalation of the conflict itself. Afghanistan commitment to empower women. The Ministry of Women Affairs of Afghanistan, MOWA, was established in Afghanistan in 2003, long way. The effort of the Afghan government and the Ministry of Women Affairs in Afghanistan have brought great progress for women in Afghanistan, including in education, political inclusion, and an increasingly economic role. In terms of a woman empowerment, the implementation of NAWA in 2008 with a 10 years mandate with the aim to strengthen gender equality and women empowerment. NAWA is a multi-sector plan that emphasizes access to education and health services, economic empowerment, security, political participation, and the elimination of violence against women, and the growth of civil society organizations working to advance women's rights. Today, more than 2 million girls attend school, representing 35% of the total student population, and enrollment of women in universities is also increasing. 400 women were contested in the 2010 parliamentary election, And for the first time ever, women are serving as an election observer in all provinces in Afghanistan. Afghanistan now has the highest number of women in senior government positions. In its history, about 28% women are members of the lower house of parliament, 18% of the upper house, including 4 women ministers and 9 women deputy ministers, and 20% of public sector jobs are held by women. Unbelievable. There are 4 female ambassadors and 1 female governor. There is no female high council peace representative, and there is now a female high council peace representative and a council advisor. There are 240 female judges in the Afghan legal justice system. Indonesian role in women empowerment refers to support conflict resolution in Afghanistan. Indonesia has proven its a commitment to maintaining world peace. One of it is by taking part in effort to realize women empowerment to support the peace process in Afghanistan. The role that Indonesia plays is manifested in several mutual visits, several forms of Indonesian assistance to Afghanistan, and several collaboration between 2 countries. In particular, Indonesian role in the peace is related to the approach empowering women in Afghanistan, constructively, gradually, and continuously according to development and momentum. Both diplomacy and soft power currencies approach through culture and intercultural communication. In the meeting between Afghanistan and President Muhammad Ashraf Ghani and Indonesian President Joko Widodo at the State Palace in Jakarta 2017, a number of specific area cooperation is made as part of MOU, namely education in the form special skill, training and direct formal education, strata 1, 2, and 3, empowering women in the economic sector, including increasing market access for products produced by women small industries, increasing the capacity of women to play greater role in the peace process, including as a peace negotiators and facilitator of dialogue. The role of women in the peace also cover effort to encourage the exchange of women ulama and strengthening the capacity of women ulama in Afghanistan. And last, protection as a woman and children. The approach of Indonesian women empowerment in Afghanistan is deepened by first visit to Ministers of Women Empowerment and Child Protection, Mrs. Joanna and EMBC, to attend the symposium of the role and contribution of Afghanistan women for peace in Kabul, Afghanistan, 2017, in order to fulfill invitation from First Lady. Next. Second, the visit of our First Lady Rula Ghani to Indonesia on September 2017. During the visit to the First Lady of Afghanistan in the framework of an invitation and to attend and become the keynote speaker for the National Symposium on the role of women in peace. Third, the state visit of President Joko Widodo and the First Lady to Afghanistan on January 2018 was high-level soft power diplomacy effort and had a tremendous impact on the peace process of the regional and international levels. Fourth, the working visit of Vice President Yusuf Kala and in Kabul at the Kabul Peace Process 2 on February 28 to March 2018. Fifth, the presence of women at the annual Nahdlatul Ulama Afghanistan Conference, the Ulama in Durable Peace, Development and Economic. Sixth, sending female students to short course on introduction of Islam in Indonesia from September to December 2018. Last 17, the development of cooperation with Young Women TV Afghanistan. So we have cooperation for that. For construction theory, Indonesia has gradually and sustainably played its role in the peace process in Afghanistan and continues to maintain its commitment to empower women consistently using diplomatic approach and soft power perspective, especially referring the perspective of soft power currencies. The soft power currencies have three components, including beauty, brilliance, and benignity. With these three components, Indonesia can show its soft power to Afghanistan to attract attention and sympathy. The beauty component is manifested by Indonesia, which has several similarities with Afghanistan. These similarities include common ideas, common goals, and common causes of conflict, and shared visions. With these similarities, Afghanistan is interested in studying and imitating the policies and methods that have been used by Indonesia in empowering women to be applied in supporting peace in Afghanistan. The brilliant component manifested by Indonesia by demonstrating its capability and success in dealing with women empowerment. Seeing Indonesian success, Afghanistan has a sense of admiration for Indonesia, with hope the identity itself and adopted culture and behavior. Everything is done with the hope that Afghanistan can succeed in increasing the role of women like Indonesia. Emancipation of women can be realized from the adjustment end stage. Conclusion, the massive involvement of women in the development of sector concerning the economic, education, and political sector can help increase awareness of values, democracy, equality, and the rule of law. Widespread awareness at the women level will gradually eliminate ethnic conflict, radicalization, diminishing Taliban influence, and extremism. Last but not least, if Afghan women know their right, they can speak up for themselves, choose to determine their future, distance the country from extremism, and ultimately promote democracy and peace. Therefore, the role of Afghan women is very important in resolving the conflict in Afghanistan. Thank you for all of your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi
Thank
wabarakatuh.
you, Ambassador, for the presentation. If you have any question, you can send through chat box or you can use your microphone, please. Okay, yeah, maybe I have one question, Ambassador. So, during the transition after United States leaving the country and then withdraw its military, how is the role of women in this transition process? The role of women during this transition, that's the first one. And then the second one, now some of women taking role as a governor, as a minister, and when issues, or what the impact of women, Afghanistan women, when they manage to involve in public issues. That's my question, Ambassador.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Very difficult question. Moderator, Dr. Shafroni, yes, First, we already have a very good progress, or Afghanistan women have a very good progress for the empowering women. Since 2013, working together with Indonesian women minister here. Yeah. First one, we also, Afghanistan also put their representative in negotiating in Doha right now. So the women there's already exist, and of course they're dealing what that we can develop for the future of Afghanistan women. That was the first one. Of course, we need a time, we need the process, face to face, connecting with the empowering women. Cannot directly. Even Indonesia also have basis for empowering women itself. Secondly, if government or if American soldier leave Afghanistan, then what happened will be connecting with the woman role. Yeah, as I mentioned before, of course, the what you call the right or the emancipation of women should be gradually, not directly, side by side. I think in education and health, there's no problem at all. Maybe connecting with the official woman in the government could be adjusted by the government, the next government, or maybe increasing could be like that. Yeah, if the woman role proportional, and then connecting with the involvement of the woman itself, deal with the Taliban itself. I believe the time will develop. Yeah, I think many also the right of women will discuss which one can continue, which one should be decreased. But I believe the right of the woman, it will be improving in the future. But again and again, should be gradually, not directly, and should be adjust with the situation, connecting with the security of women itself. That's moderator, Mr. Dr. Shahroni. Thank you. Your question.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador. Please, if there are any question from participant, in 30 seconds, if the participant has no question, we will move to the next presenter.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I think we don't have any additional question. So thank you, Ambassador, for the presentation. And yeah, we will move to the next speaker. We have Sylvia Priska Nurhidayati and Dr. Lin Yola. So, Pak Arit, can you give me new information?
Yes, sir. I think Miss Sylvia is not in this room because she is not in our breakout room participants, and also Mrs. Linyola still in another chair. How if we give 15 minutes break or 20 minutes until she attend our participants list?
Okay, then because we still wait another two speakers, so we have a break for 15 minutes. Yeah, so after 15 minutes, participant can rejoin and then listen the speaker from the list. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
President who can declare a state of emergency within Indonesian unitary state. So we are not a federal state where the strongest power is in the local government and the rest power is in the central government. We are a unitary state where the strongest power in the central government and the rest power given to the local government. Second, the enactment of state of emergency allowed the implementation of emergency law from the normal law. So what is emergency law? Emergency law is the special law that can be applied only in emergency case. So if there is no case about emergency, it cannot be applied. So there is a special law for special case. In normal law, we have Hukum Tata Negara, constitutional law, normal constitutional law, and in the special condition, we call it emergency, we have state of emergency, or Carl-Smith call it state of exception. So there is a special law in an event of emergency. What is different? The difference is when the country or the nation or maybe the local government applies the emergency law, they can pass many normal law and then they can create a new law that according to the Undang-Undang Penanggulangan Bencana, they can pass the many of the administrative law or administration law or maybe some kind of humanitarian law such as like that, and then give the authority to government to handle the conflict as soon as possible using the emergency law. So why this is important to make it clear who has the declared authority in the state of emergency, because we see the trends of disaster in Indonesia, and then it's still a lot. I mean, this is the data from 2019, and then today we have the COVID-19 pandemics and also one of the non-disaster emergency. So there is two types of disaster that we know in our undang-undang. The first is disaster, and second is declaration of non-disaster declaration. And then what I want to talk about my paper today is to understanding what is the concept of emergency, and then I find that it's a state of emergency setting in Indonesia and two streams of disaster, and then the last one is conclusion. So what is the concept of state of emergency? State of emergency is condition where the government in a country carry out an extraordinary response in addressing the threat facing a country, and they have to declare it. They have to make it activate first before they are using a special law. So there is a special law for special case. Basically, it's simple like that. In the normal case, you cannot break some kind of law You still follow the administrative values. You cannot violate the law. You cannot violate the constitution. But in some kind of situation, such as emergency, such as disaster, you can violate those kind of law. So the first is you need a declaration to switch on the situation, to create the situation. And after that, after it's all become a normal again, and then you can switch off. And then who has the authority to do that? Because it is important. So, in the state of emergency, suspending normal function give the government to balance citizen civil liberties and human rights. And because there is a lot of cases such as economic crisis, pandemic, like we're having today in COVID-19 and natural disaster. So basically, according to the theory, it should be temporary. So there should be a limitation when it will be end. Or basically, there is a special formula or special process to make it ended and such. And then the one who give the turn on or to take off the declaration is only the president, and to return to the normal condition. So according to our constitution in Article 12, because my basic background is come from the law, the concept as the highest norm in Indonesia, the one who has the authority to declare state of emergency is only the president, but not only that. The constitution also stated that the condition and consequences will be determined by the law. So the law also gives the authority to create the situation and the regulation about what happened and who, when, why the emergency will be take place, and then how we deal with that. So the state of emergency setting in Indonesia will be explained using only 2 laws. Even though there is a lot of law, there's more than 4 laws about emergency. But in this paper, I only talk about 2 laws because it's only related in emergency. Beside the emergency, Undang-Undang Penanggulangan Bencana, Undang-Undang Keadaan Bahaya, there's another law like Undang-Undang Kekarantinaan Kesehatan, and then the second one is about the Undang-Undang Krisis Ancaman Stabilitas Ekonomi, and then also social conflict. So beside the 2 regulations that I'm talking about today, we also know about a lot of law. A lot of law that maybe I'm not talking about it right now. The state of emergency setting on Indonesia basically comes from basically come from the Constitution is Article 12, and then also the law come from the law, but not using the Article 12 in the Constitution as consideration. This is one kind of difficult thing to understand, maybe for someone who not came from the law background, because what is the importance to put Article 12 or article in the Constitution in the law that talking about disaster? The first is because we only have that Article 12 to state that the emergency, or we call it keadaan bahaya. So if you want to put a basic law that creates the authority to break the law, the normal law, and build and develop an emergency law, then you only can use the Article 12, because we have no more article in our Constitution that talk specifically about emergency. We're not talking about the war, because the war is only in other article, in Article 11. Then only the applicable law is only in Article 12. But what we have today is the law number 24, year 2007, concerning disaster management, is not using that article in their consideration. The effect is that many people asking, so is that disaster, is that emergency, or is not an emergency? Yes, that is emergency. And the one who has the power to create and declare it, according to the Constitution, is only the president. So what happened? if the governor or if the mayor or region has the authority to declare it by themselves without asking the president, without asking the higher executive power in Indonesia, even though the Indonesia is a unitary state. For me, it's creating a lot of problem. Why it's creating a lot of problem? Because we can see that many of disasters in Indonesia cannot fully understood whether the situation is already normal or still in danger. Many of local government has the atmosphere, that has the feelings that they need to take it more longer and longer the emergency status. Why this happened? Because many politics of the budget politics in emergency, they don't have to follow the budget in normal way. They can use the penunjukan langsung, like what we're facing in the case of the Menteri Sosial today, in our case in the corruption, because they don't use the regular pengadaan barang and jasa. They just choose whatever he wants, and then that is applicable in the time of emergency according to the law number 24 year 2007 in disaster management. So in the case of emergency, many of executive can pass the law, or many law, some, not many, but some law according to the Management Act, disaster management law, but they can pass many of the budget and then issues. So many of the local government use that side to make and to get easier to give fund for in the name of the emergency. And because of that kind of emergency, many of action cannot be properly accountable. Many of that kind of situation labeled by disaster, and then the situation take place that cannot be balanced in the sense of responsibility in good governance. So that gray area should be taken out, in my perspective, and should be put in place in one of the constitutional order. My idea is to give the local government the authority to declare the emergency, but also give the president the way to get informed or take consent about that. So as the head of state and also the higher executive power in Indonesia, I think the Article 12 already mentioned clearly that the president has the authority to take charge whether the extreme condition face Indonesia. So whether the local government or whether the local area facing the disaster or facing the emergency, I believe that the president should be informed, or at least informed, or maybe take place to get a consent about that. So this is only for make sure that the local government cannot easily to declare the emergency status to get the many of easy way in the sense of governance in managing the province. However, this concept is not stipulated in the law. And then it's not only in the Undang-Undang Penanggulangan Bencana, but also in the Undang-Undang Konflik Sosial. In social conflict law, the authority to declare the emergency is also given to the governor, region, or mayor. The problem is same as I mentioned before. Sometimes they take that response, that the authority to not fully manage the situation, and then president has no control and power to control that situation. So I think according to the theory and according to the hierarchy of the law, president is the one who should declare, or at least if the president is not declaring the status, the president give the authority and permission to the local government to declare the status. So my conclusion is the Indonesian Constitution provide the authority to declare a state of emergency to the president, but this authority is then shared to the local government according to the law. Now, the formulation is the one. There's also a case in the Constitutional Court that I mentioned in the paper, but not mentioned in this paper, declaring about decision about state of emergency, and then the Constitutional Court make a separation then by saying that about state of emergency according to Constitution is different than emergency according to the law. But many of the scholars, according to Prof. Jim Siddiqui, Melissa Crouch, and myself also stated that you cannot do that. The stipulation in the law should be set as same as what's stipulated in the Constitution. So if the Article 12 concern about that authority should be given to the stately clear in the law. I think my time is up. I hope this law atmosphere gets you, and I hope you will give me many of input for my development of my paper. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Bu Kurata Ayuni. Please, Dr. Mulawarma. Pak, your speaker, your mic.
Okay, thank you very much for Andika and especially Kurata Ayuni for your presentation in the last session of room session, religion and politics. I only joined your presentation starting for your conclusion and I give time to the floor to the audience to give some suggestion or question if you don't mind, if you have any question. Times you to the audience. Okay, once again, okay.
Okay, we got one question, Pak Mul.
Pak Susanto. Okay, from I see in the layer from Pak Susanto. Please, you continue to give some suggestion or question. Okay, Pak Susanto, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, all of audience and participants.
I think I see the question in chat, I think.
Okay.
I see the question from Pak Susanto, and he asked, what regulation are we talking about for the past 2 days with this situation we are currently experiencing COVID-19? Okay. This is not basic. This is basically not only talking about the COVID-19, because actually this paper I made it last year. It's actually so out in 2019 and in the early 2020. But what I see is in the current situation that the government also use this undang-undang year number 24, year 2007, about the Disaster Management Act, the Disaster Management Law, beside the Quarantine Health Law. And then as we see today, many of the emergency are, but for this situation, for the pandemic, the declaration is come from the president. But in kind of another situation, like in the liquefacy in Palu and then in Lombok, in many of area in Indonesia, like in Padang, in many cases of disaster, a local government sometimes confused. Is this a national disaster or is a local disaster? Is a province disaster or is a national disaster? And it gets questioned because there is no literary rigid indicator. There is no indicator that's acceptable for today, whether if there is 1 million or there is 100,000 or maybe there's more 1,000 people that maybe it's becoming a national disaster and such, or what kind of loss that can be declared as national disaster. That kind of indicator is also not mentioned in the law, and sometimes I agree if it is not put in the law, because of basically, according to the Constitution, the declaration is only come from
all of those institutions is saying that the respondent saying that the one that is responding good is actually for National Board of Disaster Management, and the lowest one is actually coming from the what they call this, Minister of Health. So the public trust on this ministry is actually very, very low, followed by the response to the president's response, and as followed by the next one is the local government, and we have here the government in overall. And of course, the last but not least, the one I said just now, the National Board of Disaster Management. So this data alone is saying that public still don't put their trust in the policy applied by the government, by the institutions in responding to this pandemic or in mitigating the risk of the pandemic itself. In this study, I highlight that there are some factors that affect these kind of situations. The first one is the multi-layer of administrative centers. So we have in Indonesia, we have so many layers. For example, like from the presidential, and after that we have the minister, we have the governor, we have the mayor, and we have, of course, RT RW also, the smallest unit of the administrative center. And we have the very big populations in the Indonesia. Yeah, we have, especially in Java Island and Jakarta, we have huge area and geographical challenge. So Indonesia consists of 5 big islands and thousands of small islands. This one is also the challenge, maybe to reach out the remote area or the rural area, especially those area outside of the Java Islands. The social background of the people, for example, like the education of the people, we still have big number of people, especially in those low class, social class. They are still not in the very good educations. So their perceptions and awareness on the pandemic itself is still very low. That's why the policy itself cannot be applied effectively, because they don't really get it. They don't really understand, or some of them, they even, what do you call that, refuse the fact that we are really in the crisis of the pandemic. And cultural is also part of that problem, because in some area of Indonesia, we still have a kind of like a traditional belief or religion belief, things like that, that they still put their full trust on those maybe some local leaders or some religion leaders that maybe some of them they don't really in line with the policies of the government. Economic status, of course, this is very big challenge in our country. When the government implement the maybe lockdown policy, our people, our societies are still battling with the what are they going to eat today? Yeah, because they are still in the low, middle, lower, and low income class people. So the situation is found different in our neighbor countries. They could maybe implement the policies effectively because of their economic status are much better than us. So it's easier for them to enforce the policies. The technology barrier, of course, during this crisis or pandemic season, the use of internet networking for us to reach out to the right data or efficient data is also very crucial. So this is a challenge in some remote area because some of them, they don't have very good internet connections, or they don't even have the facilities at all. So when we in the city centers, we already okay with that, but they maybe they can't get the good, very right or good information about that. So in this context, the pandemic crisis cannot be faced by one strategy only. It cannot be done by the government only, because a comprehensive approach is strongly suggested, because what we are facing is not a small issue. It is a global issue, and it's faced by all of the countries, no matter what their economic level is, no matter what is their development level is. Everybody or all countries are facing this. So the comprehensive, holistic approach of pandemic response is really needed in this case. So one of the local wisdom is significantly needed, yeah, in this context, which is community empowerment. And in Indonesia, this community empowerment is actually one of our potentials that is very, very good, I think, in my opinion, because even without the pandemic, our community empowerment is very strong. Could be seen from our community and societies, especially in the rural area, where they don't just put their hand together in the crisis time, but in all happy time, bad time, they all hold hands together. So in this context, community empowerment is actually the involvement, the participations of the communities itself in dealing with all of the positive and negative activities. In this context, of course, in facing the pandemic issue itself. And yeah, maybe I will skip this because this is just the theory. Let me move to the concept of kampung tangguh and community empowerment. So kampung tangguh is actually one concept that is derived from the local communities that play their roles in the responding of the pandemic. And the study presents that community initiative in Indonesia is an urge, yeah, it's an urgent response from the bottom-up movement. So what I call just now comprehensive approach is like we can deal with this pandemic only from the government flow only, but we need to also have the strategy from the bottom-up movement. This means that we need initiative from the societies itself, and we hold hands together to face this. And kampung tangguh is actually the concept of resilience concept in facing the crisis. And kampung tangguh normally is also initiated by the government or some institutions, especially for those local authorities. So in those remote area or some states in Indonesia, they already have very strong concept of this, especially for the province or maybe initiated by the governor. They already have it, and as well as the local initiative. So even though it's not initiated by the institutions, the local initiative is very, very strong. For example, like the kampung itself or the neighborhood itself or the in so-called RT RW, they can initiate it to do it themselves. Even though maybe some of them, they don't call it as kampung tangguh, but the concept is there, the point is there that they put hands together to face this critical time. So in some cases, they don't just involve the community only, but of course, different layers of actors. For example, like the army, army or youth, teenagers, women, and state authorities. It depends on the context of the area. And this is the case. I'm going to highlight here. One of the cases is community engagement was done by our student. This one was done in Depok, Kelurahan Tirta Jaya, Tirta Jaya neighborhood. The students went to the what we call it, virtually went to the societies or the community to do the campaign among the youth itself. To do the what we call this environmental care, or solid waste management, something like that. Why they did that? Because of work from home and study from home activities was really intense during this pandemic, and of course everybody, when they stay home, the production of waste is increasing compared to the normal one. So what they did for during the community engagement itself is they try to get along with the youth in sorting and recycling the waste, the household waste, and the student assist them to monitor the progress of how they do the sorting and the recycling of the waste. Of course, everything is through the social media because they need to do the social distancing. This program, of course, bridge the university students and the local youth, which in this context, most of them are the kids. And this program is not only good for the students only, but it's giving the positive impact to the kids or the youth itself when they are staying home. So they don't just study from home, eating and resting, but they have something doing in mitigating the waste from the household. And by doing so, they also try to mitigate the environment pollutions because they try to recycle the waste. The students did the FGD as well. So
the time is up, so you can
Yep.
summarize.
All right. All right. So this is the sorting of the waste, and this is the recycling of the waste. And another case is actually the urban farming happened in Kampung Tangguh, Belitung, Semarang. This one is the urban farming and the fishing cultivations. And my conclusion is actually Kampung Tangguh is a local wisdom potentials in Indonesian community empowerment in responding to the pandemic. And of course, the sense of gotong royong and the sense of togetherness is actually the main concept of this Kampung Tangguh. And of course, by doing so, it's making the policies effective. And yeah, of course, it's reducing the burden among the societies in facing this crisis. So that's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Bu Lin, for the presentation. Please, the participant, if you have any comment and question, please, you can send through chat box or you can use your microphone, please. Okay. the chat box. Okay, the question from Alfred. Are the concept of Kampung Tangguh is related of resilient cities? That's the question, Bulin. You can answer. The question.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Sharoni and Ms. Alfred. Of course, it's related to the concept of resilience, resilient cities. The problem, the difference between the concept of resilience and sustainability is actually concept of sustainability is more into the environmental concerns. Of course, they are having the balance of economic, environmental, and social, but the idea of bringing up the concept of sustainability is actually try to protect the environment, while the resilience concept is more into the what we call that protect the social value and encourage the social interactions among the societies. So of course, it's very much related to that concept of resilience because Kampung Tangguh is really focusing on the what we call that, the courage of the societies, of the local wisdom. So yeah, it's not only related, but that is even the concept. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think there is another one question from Alfred. So the social capital is significant aspect that conduct Kampung Tangguh. The continuous question. Please, Bulin.
Yeah, this Alfred novel is actually one of the author, is the co-author. Yeah, aspect in the Kampung Tangguh, but just bear in mind that Kampung Tangguh itself is not only for what we call that, it's not only designed for this pandemic. Is before this pandemic season, it was already there. So the community empowerment, the social value, the social capital was what we call that, the main essence of community empowerment. So it's not only for facing the crisis alone, but for example, like embracing, elevating the potentials of the social itself. For example, like in some area, they are having kind of like maybe religious activities. In this case, maybe they have kampung pasantren, for example. Yeah. So in this sense, the community itself is consists of the students from the pasantrens. So the essence is actually the social, the relation between one to another societies, or one to another actors within that communities. So of course, it's related to that, and with or without pandemics, it's all talking about the social value, social capital, community sense of the togetherness, community empowerment, etc., etc. That's it.
Okay, Dr. Lin. Is there any question and comment from participant?
Yes, please.
Yeah. From me, probably Bulin. So Kampung Tangguh, it's denote the social capital at the local level, especially in villages. Yeah, Kampung means village, and then in Kampung they have the social cohesiveness. So is it possible to transform Kampung values to city values, Bulin? Because in Jakarta or in the big cities, they have apartment. In apartment, they don't have that kind of social capital. So is it possible to transform these kampung values to apartment values? Please, Bulin.
Yeah, thank you. Definition of kampung is actually could derive from a range of definitions. Some of them define kampung as administrative border. Some of them define kampung as the sense of the social value. Some of them define kampung as the locations of the area itself. Yeah. But in the city center, we also have kampung, the Sharoni. We call it kampung kota. So it's a urban village. But we have range of definitions on this. But your question is it possible to implement this to bring back this kind of value into the setting of the urban societies?
Right.
We are actually already doing that, but the form is actually different. For example, like the sense of togetherness, the sense of gotong royong, actually we have it in the city neighborhood. For example, like maybe every weekend we have kind of like gotong royong itself, or some household wives, they have arisan or gathering or meeting, things like that. So all of those activities are actually encouraging the sense of togetherness itself to build up the interaction one to another. But this is actually very serious issues in the high class neighborhoods. Everybody can see that, especially for those who live in the apartment area, they are very individualist. They are very what we call that, privacy is number one. This is actually the issues in the high class housing area, while in the low class housing area, the issue is normally the social issue, like criminals, etc., etc., criminals and environmental pollutions, etc., etc. But in the high class communities, normally this is the big issue. They really put privacy first, where this is the enemy of the essence of the kampung itself, the togetherness and the gotong royong. But is it possible? Of course, it's possible. There are a lot of examples, and not only in Indonesia. Sometimes in the very high class apartment, they have one sections or one floor of the apartment. Everything is just facilities to put people together, where they put maybe the park in the apartment. They have the sport facilities in the apartment. Those are the efforts that they are trying to do to encourage the social interactions. But of course, again, those city dwellers, their culture is very individualist. They have the Indo culture. Yeah, they don't like staying outdoor. They don't like getting out from their units, their apartments. So yeah, that is the trend in the city.
Okay, the next question from Brisbane Bhakti. My question is, you can also see in the chat box. My question is, in what aspect it give a positive impact for the kids, and is there any example of the specific activity related to the children in this case? Thank you. You can read clearly in the chat box, Bulin, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to read the question. I think it's a very long question. I would like to ask about the point that the program give positive home activities for the home. Okay. So what is the aspect it give it positive impact for the kids? Is there any example? Okay. What I'm trying to say here is during the staying home durations for the kids, yes, they don't go out, they don't spend times playing around. They just stay home doing their study at home, and maybe most of the time they have time with their family. But what I'm trying to say here is out of those activities, maybe study and family time, normally kids, they just play with the gadget. They just have the Indo culture in negative ways. So playing with the gadget, watching TV, and maybe sleeping, and yeah, those things are what we call that, kind of like not very positive for the kids, because they stay too long in the house. Normally, during the school time, they would be outside of the house and playing around with the friends and the teachers, etc., etc. But now everything is done in the house. So by having this kind of community engagement or CSR, we have something or activities or program to do to the kids. So they do the sorting of the waste, they do the recycling of the waste, so they don't just playing with the gadget. So at least is kind of like options for the activities at home. Thank you, Dr. Sharoni.
Okay, Bulian, thank you for presentation.
Thank you.
Then we have finished with the last speaker, I think, and then because Sylvia didn't come, so we can concluded that this session is very colorful, because we already discussing international affairs, yeah, and then also the local affairs, and then yeah, the insight from speakers is very diverse, and then it's contextual with our topic. And then because of we are approaching the closing session, and then thank you for your attention and participation. I give the floor to Farid. Time is yours, Farid.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Muhammad Sharoni Rofi'i. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are approaching the end of the parallel session. Before we end, I'd like to invite all of you to have a photo session. So I kindly ask all of the participants to turn on the camera. Okay. All of you could turn on the camera, and we have 2 slides here in our Zoom session, and I will take twice for the photo session, and maybe we can do it now. Okay, this is the first slide. 1, 2, 3. And next for the second slide. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you for all the participants. Also on the chat room, I have sent 2 links for attendance list and for our closing ceremony link. And for all respective session chair, presenters, and audience, we are honored to have you today. Thank you very much. On behalf of SSGS UI International Conference Committee, I would like to extend gratitude for your kind participation and support. See you on the closing ceremony of SSGS UI International Conference, ICSGS and ICSDEMS 2020. See you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Farid, Dr. Sharoni. Thank you, everybody.
See you in the closing ceremony.
See you.
Thank you all.
Asia, with its vast and steady growth, has turned itself into the leader of global economy. Indonesia, with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensive studies and researches are crucial. with our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, officially the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it's academically fulfilling for me.
With dedicated and qualified lecturers from academic and practical background, School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia produce scholars and practitioners that will ready for global challenges. Together, we build the nation for a better world.
Tanahku yang ku cintai. Peringatan Hari Kemerdekaan ke-75 ini terasa berbeda. Biasanya sebagian sivitas akademika UI menggelar upacara dengan hikmat. Saat ini kita harus di rumah masing-masing. Inisiasi kegiatan ini diharapkan mampu menjadi simbol semarak memperingati Hari Kemerdekaan Indonesia di tengah-tengah pandemi, agar kita selalu bersemangat, memiliki daya juang tinggi, dan tentunya tetap mengutamakan keselamatan dan kesehatan.
Asia, with its vast and steady growth, has turned itself into the leader of global economy. Indonesia, with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensive studies and researches are crucial. With our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, officially the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it's academically fulfilling for me.
With dedicated and qualified lecturers from academic and practical background, School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia produce scholars and practitioners that will ready for global challenges. Together, we build the nation for a better world. Asia, with its vast and steady growth, has turned itself into the leader of global economy. Indonesia, with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensive studies and researches are crucial. With our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, officially the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it's academically fulfilling for me.
With dedicated and qualified lecturers from academic and practical background, School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia produce scholars and practitioners that will ready for global challenges. Together, we build the nation for a better world.
Universitas Indonesia, the place where knowledge and innovation are committed to humanity. Through its long story since 1849, Universitas Indonesia is considered as the oldest educational institution in Asia. It has been through a substantial change for more than a century. Founded as Javanese medical doctors' school, today Universitas Indonesia became a center of science, technology, culture, and arts. Located in a 320 hectares greenery area, Universitas Indonesia offers a comfortable environment for daily teaching and research activities. To become one best world-class research university, Universitas Indonesia is committed to provide wide and fair access of high-quality teaching and learning. Being part of global educational institution, Universitas Indonesia invites students from all over the world. A value of learning how to convey and to accept knowledge with global society despite different language and cultural background. In the process to be an open knowledge community, Universitas Indonesia is committed to provide learning opportunities to talented students from all over the world through its extensive scholarship program for more than 500 students each year. Excellences of the university's researchers has been proven by research products which benefits development of science, public welfare, technological, industrial achievement, and engineering, as well as government policies in social, economical, political, and cultural sectors. At Universitas Indonesia, each student has the opportunity to share knowledge and making something that will impact society and how they get used to with global competitive environment. To become virtuous and globally competitive graduates and prominent leaders in many respective fields. Academic, extracurricular, and other resources are designed to prepare them for the highest positions of leadership and lives in many fields of service of global human endeavor. Also, how they learn to implementing knowledge as part of community service. A simple solutions for most common social problem in developing country. Many graduates of Universitas Indonesia play a central role in both national and global development, a strong tradition in making contribution to society. Interaction with global influential leaders is part of learning process of all University of Indonesia's academic society. How they perceive a global challenge through the respective leaders. It's our commitment to constantly developing a learning community that always moves forward with open arms to embrace all talented young people. Universitas Indonesia, the next level of excellence.
Jiwa manis Indonesia. La 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 la. Indonesia. Tidaklah suram si matahari. Awan putih terbang melayang. Kawan sejati tetap terbayang. Jiwa manis Indonesia. La 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 la. Indonesia. Tidaklah kami sampai kemari. Cuci-cuci di pinggir sumur. Kawan sejati tak bisa luntur. La 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 la.
Asia, with its vast and steady growth, has turned itself into the leader of global economy. Indonesia, with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensive studies and researches are crucial. With our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, officially the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it's academically fulfilling for me.
With dedicated and qualified lecturers from academic and practical background, School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia produce scholars and practitioners that will ready for global challenges. Together, we build the nation for a better world. Asia, with its vast and steady growth, has turned itself into the leader of global economy. Indonesia, with its strategic position, has the chance to take the major role in this era. In order to build global partnerships and counteract the threats, strategic policies should be taken. To enhance the nation's competitive advantage, further approach through in-depth, comprehensive studies and researches are crucial. With our long history, has proved ourselves to be a reliable academic institution. After successfully adapting into distinct programs, in 2016, officially the program turned into School of Strategic and Global Studies. School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia contributes the cause by producing qualified human resources and studies. Situated in the heart of Jakarta, the School of Strategic and Global Studies provides a variety of courses on multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies at the master's levels.
In my humble opinion, I can say that I have a good impression at the first sight. An atmosphere and ambience here support us to gain more and achieve more other than merely classes and handouts.
I think that is a very promising because of the multidisciplinary approach that Universitas Indonesia offers us to study. For another reason, the situation that I actually got in the classes is a lot of interesting current issues that we're talking about, so it's academically fulfilling for me.
With dedicated and qualified lecturers from academic and practical background, School of Strategic and Global Studies Universitas Indonesia produce scholars and practitioners that will ready for global challenges. Together, we build the nation for a better world.
Excellencies, honorable guests, and participants. Excellencies, honorable guests, and participants. Welcome to LORO.
Gaudeamus igitur, Juvenes dum sumus. Gaudeamus igitur, Juvenes dum sumus. Pos iucundam juventutem, pos molestam senectutem, nos habebitur, nos habebitur. Vivat Academia, vivat professores, vivat Academia, vivat professores, vivat membrum quolibet, vivat membra quolibet, vivat senatores, vivat senatores.
Excellencies, honorable guests, and participants, welcome to closing ceremony of Second International Conference on Sustainable Design, Engineering, Management and Sciences ICSDEMS 2020 and Fourth International Conference on Strategic and Global Studies ICSGS 2020. The annual international conferences hosted by School of Strategic and Global Studies, Universitas Indonesia. I am Dr. Jeffrey. I'll be your MC of this event today. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to inform that we have excellencies with us today. Bapak Otor Subroto, PhD, Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia. Bapak Abdul Muta'ali, PhD, Vice Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia. Dr. Lin Yola, Chairman of ICSDEMS 2020 and ICSGS 2020. Dr. Sattar Imamian, Manager of Sigma Research and Consulting. And Professor Muhammad Ali, PhD, Director of Middle East and Islamic Studies, University of California, Riverside, United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, today has marked the second day of successful organization of ICSDEMS 2020 and ICSGS 2020. We hope everyone had decent experience with us. In this closing ceremony, we will have the director remarks by SSGS Director of Universitas Indonesia, a plenary speech slot, panelist session, announcement for the best paper presenters, and a partner message. Please stay tuned with us until the end of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, now, without further ado, we would like to cordially invite Bapak Otor Subroto, PhD, Director of SSGS Universitas Indonesia, for the director remarks. Please welcome.
Thank you, Jeffrey, as a master of ceremony for closing ceremony today, this international conference, ICSDEMS and ICSGS. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Honorable Rector Universitas Indonesia, Professor Ari Kunchoro, PhD, honorable keynote speaker and speakers from our conference partner, Honorable Mr. Abdul Muta'ali, PhD, Vice Director of SSGS, Dr. Lin Yola, Dr. Sattar S. Imamian, Profesor Muhammad Ali, thank you for your and all for the participant of these two conferences. Thank you for your time in joining us at this event. I am, on behalf of the School of Strategic and Global Studies, SSGS Universitas Indonesia, very pleased and honored to have you all here for this international conference, the fourth ICSGS 2020, with the theme of Pandemic Crisis Impact and Mitigation, Global Perspective of Social Humanities and Resilience. That we held in conjunction with the second ICS, the EMS 2020, with the theme of Resilient and Responsive Approach for Sustainable Development towards a better quality of life. This international conference with the theme will, I believe, give all the participants a kind of enlightenment, spirit to share, as well as great discussions to boost our contribution to our society in the current difficult situation because of the pandemic. Dear participants, we have been currently experiencing a difficult time because of this the COVID-19 pandemic is still out there. Now, every sector is impacted deeply. However, the pandemic, as far as now, becomes something that forces us to use many options available in technology, communication, internet, big data, and artificial intelligence to accomplish our daily work life. Thus, even though this difficult situation, we can make a knowledge exchange through such this event virtually without any compromise to the meaning of a scientific conference. Respected colleagues and participants, ladies and gentlemen, let me again emphasize our commitment to continuing this great achievement international conference. This, we also hope for continuous support from our partner to do so. Next year, as my already spread the news, that we will hold the next ICSGS and ICSDEMS with the theme to be announced soon, somewhere around October 2021. We have two options. Maybe we will go here in Bali, Indonesia, or in foreign countries like Netherlands. Of course, this conference conditional on the pandemic situation. If we have a better situation, then we can do offline. We hope the immediate ending of the current pandemic. May God bless us all, so we can directly enjoy the conference's ambience and feel the spirit to share and exchange research and knowledge. Once more, I hope we all enjoy and take as much as possible benefit from the recent international conference. With all thanks and feeling blessed, let me announce that the fourth ICSGS 2020 and the second ICSDEMS 2020 are now finished successfully, and soon see you again next year conference. Thank you very much. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Bapak Otor Subroto, PhD, for the remarkable director remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very much delighted to have our final plenary speech session for ICSDEM 2020 and ICSGS 2020. I am glad to announce that for this plenary session, it will be delivered by Professor Muhammad Ali, PhD, Director of Middle East and Islamic Studies, University of California at Riverside, United States of America. Before we proceed further, let me introduce Professor Muhammad Ali, the expertise in Islam, religion, and Southeast Asian studies. Professor Muhammad Ali, raised by a Muslim Bantanese Betawi parent, Ali was educated in reading the Quran and performing Islamic ritual before being sent to traditional and modern Islamic school in Jakarta and West Java. He then obtained the Master of Science in Islamic and Middle Eastern Studies at Edinburgh University, Scotland. He went to the University of Hawaii at Manoa in the United States of America to pursue a Doctor of Philosophy in History of Southeast Asia, the Middle East world, and the Europe. After completion, he became an assistant professor and currently a director of Middle East and Islamic Studies and an associate professor in religious studies at the University of California at Riverside. Dr. Ali is a public scholar speaker and an author of books and articles on Islam, particularly Islam in Southeast Asia, with a focus on Islam and religions in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we feel grateful to have Professor Muhammad Ali as an expert in international management and global studies to be with us today. Please welcome Professor Muhammad Ali. I pass this virtual mic to you.
Thank you so much for your kind introduction, Dr. Jeffrey, as Master of the Ceremony. I would like to thank all the steering committees for this international conference, Dr. Athar Subroto, Dr. Abdul Muta'ali, directors, vice directors, head of departments, professors, guests, participants, audiences, and I'm happy to be part of this scientific international conference. I wish I could join the whole 2 days, but I'm in a California time here, so this is 1 a.m. in the morning. You can see my face is still like, you know, but anyway, I really hope that you all are enjoying the conference for the 2 days, and I'm sure that you all take and give and benefited from the speakers and questions and the feedbacks. In this very fine occasion, I would like to present a little bit contribution somewhat different from that has been discussed, I think, which is about faith. So faith and COVID-19, basically. This is my, my area of expertise, so I cannot really talk about other things, and I need to talk about religion. And that's what I hope I can contribute to the whole discussion. Especially the theme is about a better quality of life, right? About pandemic crisis and the impact and mitigation. I think religion has become part of this. I would like to share my slides. Let me, okay. All right. Will you able to see my slides?
Yeah, very clear, Prof.
Okay, thank you.
You may proceed.
Okay. So religious responses to the global pandemic. My outline for today is COVID-19 impacts on religions, and then religious responses and challenges, and some of the discussion about religions and vaccines, and final hopes that we hope. Religions in the world, there are a lot of religions, thousands, 5,000 religions around the world today. Statistically speaking, we have Christians, Muslims, and also unaffiliated, meaning those people, individuals who are not affiliated with particular religion. And you have Hindus, Buddhists, and indigenous religions and other religions, Sikhism, Judaism, and so on and so forth. Globally speaking. So the COVID-19 pandemic presents major challenges in profound and still evolving ways, with high death tolls and extreme economic and social impacts worldwide. It raises questions about how religious institutions, beliefs, leaders, and practices are contributing positively and less positively to the ongoing coronavirus crisis and response. Religious actors have large roles to play, particularly in addressing challenges centered on safe religious gatherings and adaptation of rituals, building trust, promoting effective communication and advocacy, and identifying and responding to the needs of the communities. They are also critically involved in countering hate speech and misinformation, and in addressing various conflicts ranging from domestic to geopolitical associated with the crisis. In this rapidly evolving situation, religious voices should be part of the broad policy exchange based on an informed and nuanced understanding of development. So as we can see, impacts on religion are profound. In Buddhism, in Judaism, Sikhism, Christianity, just an example here. In response to the COVID-19 outbreak, First Baptist on 5th is canceling all in-person church gatherings to the end of March. These particularly were prevalent in the early time, especially in March, April, and until somewhere May, June. Then you had started opening or reopening or loosening of the houses of worship everywhere around the world, with some protocols, for example. But still, the impact is still profound. So you have, for example, the Hajj was canceled, Catholic masses canceled, celebration of religious festivals were canceled, the cancellation of religious festivals, especially huge crowds. And you had, in some occasions, only religious leaders standing, speaking in front of the cameras, and then live stream to their congregations, for example. But they don't meet face-to-face with their congregation. So significant changes on religious practices. And you also have challenges. So there is the debate, a renewed debate about science and religion, right? What is the relationship between science and religion, science and faith? There has been tension, but you also have some, voices of compatibility or, integration, that they don't see any contradiction between science and faith. So with regard to disease, the causes of disease, are these natural causes or something beyond natural causes, like God or spirits or something, generally speaking? So diseases have been approached differently. Health also, what is the cause of health? So people of faith have different responses to health. And vaccines, how do they see vaccines? We will talk a little bit more about that later. Then you have the protocols, and to what extent religious institutions comply with protocols by imposed or by the state, for example, by the federal governments or local governments. Then different and low levels of compliance to the protocols, because they have different understanding of what's going on. And then another challenge is the government and the society. So if you talk about religious institution as part of civil society, then there's a problem of how they actually listen to the government, right? These religious institutions trust the government, trust whether or not they trust public health officials. And then to what extent they are patient enough, consistent enough, if they actually follow the protocols until what time that they finally give up, and then they just do whatever they want as before. So these challenges, the gap between science and religion, the government and civil society, are some of the things that are part of the things that we see now. Of course, you have some, as I mentioned earlier, some religious leaders have opposed the measure taken by the governments. Some of them, not all of them, some of them. But at the same time, you have international interreligious coalition for fight against COVID-19. So you have a different responses among religious institutions with regard to the COVID-19. Another thing that we need to talk about is theological, responses. Some believe that COVID-19 is punishment by God, some, but there are others who say that this is a test, whether or not your faith is stronger, you show your solidarity toward other peoples and so on. As a test. And then some simply say this is natural happening. This is natural event. It happens before, it is happening now, and something like pandemic will happen again in the future. So it's a natural thing. So Muslim in particular had this experience since early times in the history of Islam. So they had the religious responses. They also have scientific responses. The term for this is at-ta'un wal-waba, if you know Arabic. So anyway, they talk about what is this ta'un al-waba, or pandemic. They discuss about the history, the process, the impacts, and then they, of course, talks about the prophets Muhammad's, saying about this, and the companions of the prophet. They have also religious rulings, prayers, modification of rituals. But there are other Muslim scientists like Ibn Sina, for example, Avicenna, who produced books about medicine, or some Muslim who also talk about quarantine. Then you also have responses among them, including epidemiology, so the study of the causes of the epidemics, and sociology, that talks about the society, and then thinking about this, and also some encyclopedia produced about pandemic. I give you here just to give you some sense of Muslim tradition about plagues and pestilence, or we could call it pandemic now. There's some discussion about whether plague was indeed a punishment, not for Muslim, but for the non-Muslim, for example, which is an interpretation at that time. And also spirits, the influence of the spirit, for example. And if you die out of the pandemic, you are shaheed, meaning you are martyrs. So this is religious interpretation that they give to what's going on. Travel ban and quarantine, also you have a textual reference to it. Social distancing and isolation, also they use the hadith, for example, do not place a sick patient with a healthy person. So that's something that they use in order to justify social distancing and isolation. Avoiding crowds, they have a textual reference to it. Wearing masks even, they have a textual reference to it. Washing hands and hygiene, also they have reference to it. Cleanliness is half of the faith, just an example. So they use the text, religious text, in order to justify something that we know today as health protocols. America, in particular, including Muslim who are minorities today, they simply do what the government try to do, like lockdown, shutdown of schools and offices, malls, stay home orders. Just an example, just today, California, they assume stay-home order because the case is rising. So now people have to stay home again after some openings for the last few months. And the testing is higher now. Hospital facilities are full. It's really, interesting, and the impact is still going on. The command or the instruction to wear masks, social distancing, wash hand keeps repeatedly, and research of drugs is continuous, and vaccination are on the site now. But there's also a mental health problem. People are suffering because of too much time at home, for example, not doing anything outside, not meeting people, not meeting friends. It really creates some mental disorder among many people. So anyway, so this is something that is real even in America, and including Muslims. In emergency, they try to mitigate the crisis through, for example, no hugging, no kissing, no performing. I already mentioned about no performing the Hajj or the pilgrimage, no shaking hands now, even though they come to the mosque now, some places, and then there's no huge gatherings. And then you have all kind of guidelines produced by religious authorities in response to this, right? Like, the use of the toilet, use of the mosque or church or temples, shorter times, all these things, right? And then medical treatment and civil obedience. This is another thing. So to get medicine is part of religious response. It's not like us, only for non-religious people, but Muslim or religious people in general would go to doctors if they got sick, basically, and they have to obey the government. So you have also all kind of prayers now, which is interesting, right? Now all kind of prayers in Arabic and in Indonesian, in Malay, in Chinese, in Arabic, in English, and you have all these responses. Civic engagement, beside rituals, more people are engaged now. And you have other responses as well among the religious institution, medical support, mental health, I mentioned about that, and spiritual support. Spiritual support given by religious institution. All these things are there now. Gatherings, remote sermons, ceremonies now are limited, constrained. Funeral are very interesting now because of the restriction. Burials, the outbreaks really changed a lot in this domain of burial and funeral. Our relatives, our friends, we cannot really visit them now, for example. It's really profound impact. At the same time, you have calls from the religious institution and authorities to work together. This is about working together, showing solidarity. And interestingly, according to survey, some people feel that their faith becomes stronger during this crisis. Of course, there are some who don't see their faith stronger, but it is interesting. At least 24% in America itself, they feel that their faith becomes stronger. And interestingly, Google search for prayer increases from March. So now people are searching about prayer, what to do, what to pray, what to cite, what to communicate with the divine power. And this is, you see the colors, the darker green, meaning those people search prayer more. So you see Indonesia here, kind of, a lot of people, search prayer. And of course, in other places, just an example. So prayer, they need a prayer. At the same time, some religious institutions feel like their religious freedom has been restricted by the government because they cannot, open the church or mosque and so on. So they still want to keep the ritual, although of course some of them, not all of them, and some of them, okay, we can open, but with modification, with social distancing, masks, and so on and so forth. Then you have more and more online worship and services, right? Online worship and services, Zoom lectures, for example, even Zoom Friday prayers and Zoom Friday prayer and sermon. Now, the next one is about vaccines. Most religions have no prohibition against vaccination. However, some have consideration, concern, or restriction regarding vaccination in general, particular reason for vaccination, or specific vaccine ingredients. For example, there's some discussion about the material for vaccine from vetus. Those people, religious people who believe that, you know, they are against abortion, you know, they are very concerned about vaccine, for example. But generally speaking, most religious authorities say any vaccine that is produced is a global public good. In other words, most religious institutions, you know, they accept vaccine and they are looking forward to get one. Then you have the interfaith support for the needy and the vulnerable. So one of the blessing in disguise is more humanitarian reliefs by religious institution as well as a non-religious institution for the elderly, for the sick, for the youth, for the women, for refugee and migrant communities. In Indonesia, Muhammadiyah and Nahdlatul Ulama, for example, the Islamic organizations really are very active in offering these humanitarian reliefs. And then you have also more general lessons for humanity. This is very interesting because people think that pandemic gives them lessons for humanity. What we do to the earth has consequences. We cannot continue building cities and abusing resources and the climate for personal profit without expecting something to happen. As a species, we need to find a way to live in harmony with the planet and learn to be more content with what we have, as well as supporting our community members and ensuring that people are cared for and understood properly. This is one such response, you know, about humanity. Another one says to empathize with each other, to be considerate for others, to appreciate all of those who serve and work with the public, treat them well and compensate them well. Just two of the responses, you know, that this pandemic does give lessons for humanity. And optimism and hopes, people now, you know, really more humble. Because of this crisis. There's something beyond ourselves that can affect our lives more than what we think we are more capable to do. And you have more sources now on religious responses to COVID-19, some surveys, some research, if you are interested to know more about this, and maybe do some research about this more. And we are each other. Stay healthy, stay hopeful. Thank you so much for listening. Looking forward to more collaboration in the future. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Professor Muhammad Ali, for his wonderful plenary speech delivery on religious responses to global pandemic. Basically, such an eye-opening, impactful matter to all of you, to all of us. I mean, a big question mark also on religious responses to the pandemic. Is it kind of punishment, a test, or maybe just a natural thing that happened to all of us? Together, we meticulously think on it for reinforcing further our faith. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is now your opportunity to give questions to all the speakers and session chair. Please drop the question at the question and answer box. And please also don't forget to note to whom the question is addressed to. We will assist you by reading the question on behalf. We welcome our plenary speaker, Professor Muhammad Ali, PhD, to join our panelist session. And of course, we are also welcome our session chair of the parallel presentation. Our honor and great appreciation goes to 13 of them. Ladies and gentlemen, we are to have 13 session chair of parallel presentation session in this ICSDEMS 2020 and ICSGS 2020. The honor and high appreciation are worth giving to them. Certainly, we look forward to working with you on better opportunities in the future. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed further, here let me recap some of the conclusion made by the session chair at the end of the respective parallel session. On behalf of the organizing committee, I will read the inputs from our respected session chair. From the session A, related with Urban Matters theme by Komara Jaja, PhD, he concluded that the Urban Matters presenters has delivered important message on how our urban work. This has been evaluated from many perspectives by the presenters: spatial, social, agricultural, and transportation. These are important matters on how our urban life can do better in the future. These studies also contribute to policymakers, designers, and planners in order to create better urban scenarios. The following conclusion made by the session chair from the session B with the related themes on architecture and engineering, Dr. Olutobi Benga Ayatbusi and Dr. Erzar Aminanto. Basically, we need to concern about the sustainability of our environment by finding the right strategies to achieve appropriate thermal comfort and reduce urban heat island, preserve the heritage and culture, switching to safer building, facilities, structure, and mitigation system. Next, we have a precious thought from our director of SSGS as the session chair for session C, economic perspective. COVID-19 basically affected the economic field, not only small-scale business, but also big businesses. To make economy more stable again, we need collaboration from many stakeholders, not only business and government, but all layers of the society. Indeed, this is a true recommendation and suggestion from him. And then we move forward to session D for theme National Security and Management by Dr. David Ronald Tyras. The COVID-19 pandemic has created uncertainty and instability in various sectors. Adaptive strategies and management are indeed needed for all stakeholders. We proceed with the next session on session E about the multilateralism and European studies by Dr. Nur Fatwa. Multilateralism as an international mechanism could be an effective way to answer various international issues. Europe as an important region also plays its significant impact in the international sphere. And then for session F on urban and environmental by our respected chairman, Dr. Ling Yola and Dr. Reni Nurhasana, to urge a call for solution to the environmental degradation in cities is a significant challenge in the situation where the rise of economic is progressing rapidly. Meanwhile, the holistic strategies and activities and action are slowing down due to the pandemic crisis. Range of studies and collaboration is at really need. Built Environment by Dr. Nur Atiyah Ismail, our collaborators from session G, sustainable, she personally concluded that the sustainability has become an important issue, especially in our built environment. This has been evaluated and investigated from many aspects. The session has delivered an important message for institution, industry, community, and environment. This has been evaluated from many aspects by the presenters, from energy efficiency, health, safety, public spaces, and design. By understanding all these, policymakers, designers, and planners can develop a better strategy to make our city more livable and sustainable. For session H, with the interesting topic on gender and social change by Mia Siskawati, PhD. In this COVID-19 pandemic time, the social, cultural, political, and economic situation are changing. Each of these situations intertwine and affect people individually and collectively. Gender dimension and other intersectional dimension contribute to the ways all of those situations affects individuals of different background and society in general. For section I, for Politics and Religion by Dr. Mula Warman Hanafi, the COVID-19 pandemic shows that harmonious politics is needed so that stakeholders are able to formulate strategic steps in responding to it. On the other hand, the role of religion institution, a religious institution is needed in dealing with it. It's directly related with our topics delivered by Prof. Muhammad Ali just now about the relationship with the religious and the pandemic COVID-19. And then for session J, Parallel session J about the strategy and international relation by Dr. Muhammad Sharoni Rofi, he told that the strengthening our relationship, international relationship and strategic policy are very crucially important to achieve our national interests. Amidst the pandemic, we could barely see that international relations play its important role in order to tackle COVID-19 crisis. Diplomacy, both in first and second track, are the main key for our national security in the era of connected global society. And last but not least, our important parts of the global studies related with public policy management team from session K, moderated by Dr. Hairo Norofik. He concluded that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the government needs to make sure that the civil society still implement the Panchasila value. Very interesting term to avoid the potential of radicalism. Moreover, the government needs to apply tax on SSB to reduce the risk of obesity and to improve infrastructure and tourism to boost manufacturing export. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that that's all the input, finding, and wrap-up conclusion from all of our respected session chair. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let me officially open the floor with question to address to our plenary speakers today, Professor Muhammad Ali. The question from our participant, Professor Muhammad Ali from Grace WP, taken from the question and question chat box. Professor Muhammad Ali, I want your personal opinion. Does COVID-19 is a conspiracy just to start the Industrial Revolution 5.0? Please comment on that. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Yeah, we heard a lot about these conspiracy theories, and of course, Bill Gates is one of the that is, one of the victims of this, because he seems to know a lot about this beforehand, and you read this about that, and then he tried to refute the conspiracy theories, of course, and still conspiracy is still there. Even though facts are facts don't really agree with the conspiracy theories. I think it is a natural disaster. It is a natural phenomenon. In other words, globally speaking, everybody has been affected by this, and I don't think it is a conspiracy. But still, as any conspiracy, you have markets for conspiracy, especially when they want to to get just easy answers to problems. It is very complex problem. It is something that you cannot really see, and that's why and it is global, and multinational companies now are dominating the world, and research companies included. So they have their reasons to believe that, but I don't think this is a conspiracy. So thank you for the question. I know I have other question here. Should I address these questions from the chat, the question, or just the one that you said?
We can help you, Prof. Maybe for the next question about the pandemic, is it slowing down the radicalism or another way around?
Yes,
so
that's a
please,
really good question.
Give your advice on this, Prof.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Jeffrey. Yes, I as far as I know, for example, ISIS or Daesh in Iraq and Syria, they see that this pandemic is like Dukhon in 40 days. Dukhon is, it's apocalyptic thing. They believe in the apocalypse thing, and it is punishment for disbelievers, right? Some of this old idea about pandemic being a punishment. And interestingly, pandemic really reduce the activity. In fact, they stay home basically, most of them, and they stay home, and then they try to do health protocols, wearing masks, and so on. However, there's some local extremisms, like in Indonesia, in South Sulawesi, in SIJI, for example, just a very recent example of how these terror cells are still alive even within the pandemic, killing some people there, and it's it is charged by this local extremist group in Indonesia. Just an example, but generally speaking, there is some diminution or reduction of activities during this pandemic, rather than making them more aggressive.
All right. Okay, Prof. Thank you. We will get back to you later, Prof. So I will proceed with the next question dedicated to Dr. Olutobi Benga Ayat Busi. So Dr. Olutobi, all right, Dr. Olutobi Benga Ayat Busi. This question is dedicated to Dr. Khairul Nurofik. As you mentioned in your presentation that local government accountability has a positive impact and significant on the HDI. So as we all know, we are approaching the end of the year and also the end of the fiscal cycle. During this time, ministries are known to try and spend the entirety of their budget through projects given to the community. However, not all of the budget they spend is effectively used and targeted towards the correct community. How we can fix this? Dr. Khairul Nurofik, I pass this mic to you. Thank you. So Dr. Khairul Nurofik is the moderator for the session K for the public policy management from Universitas Indonesia. Please welcome.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
The question is basically about the during this time, ministries are known to try and spend the entirety of their budget through project given to the community. And then, however, the budget they spend is effectively used and targeted towards the correct community. Not all the budget, how can we fix this situation? I think maybe on the misspending issues, something related with that. Doctor, please comment on that, I think.
Yeah, I think Indonesian government has really tried to do their best to allocate the budget properly, and also to keep maintaining that the society still have ability to survive in this very hard time. So that's why the problem is how to we together make sure that every program that government has been initiated can be properly targeted into the society. Okay. So into the budget, I think government already very serious to help the people overcome this problem. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Karunur Rafiq. Excellent insight on that. So maybe we can proceed further with the question special for the moderator from session G, Dr. Atiyah. Dr. Atiyah, Associate Professor Landscape Architect, Dr. Nur Atiyah Ismail. The question is, what is the biggest challenge and biggest opportunity towards livable city in the time of pandemic? Doctor, please comment.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the question.
Most welcome.
Yeah, it's a very great question that posted to me. What I believe is that the challenges, of course, I believe that the whole world is facing it. In fact, today we are supposed to be meeting face to face, but now we're doing it online. But still things are moving, and in fact, it is better for certain parts of the world, right? And the challenges that we are facing, of course, in terms of safety and health, that's the first thing. I believe the whole world is sharing this pandemic, and we are talking about the safety and health. And this COVID also affected our economy, loss of jobs, reduction of income, country income, individual incomes. And in terms of social, so we see lots of depression issues, yeah. Suicide attempts, I believe, are increasing around the world. And then in terms of, but then looking at the challenges, urban environment, because me myself, I'm a landscape architect. So I'm very particular to see how environment has somehow healed by themselves during this COVID-19, especially this year. So we see lots of rivers that used to be polluted before, but now tends to be much more clearer. We see the reduction of rubbish in the city center because people are all caged themselves in their own house. And then we see there are more sustainable life happening because everybody has more times because you're not commuting to work, and they can get themselves involved with urban farming. That means that everybody is eating a good vegetables, yeah. So they have. So that means this is in other ways. It says that even though in other aspects we have been challenged really much, yeah, we have been challenged in terms of the COVID viruses and whatnot, but without we realizing that in urban living we are improving ourselves. So in this, this is basically, I call it as the opportunity. That means, and to me, I believe pandemic or a situation, for example, the diseases or maybe war, is always a platform that can be a paradigm shift for everyone.
Yeah.
So trust me, I believe in this conference today, I would like to say is that next 5 years or even next year, everybody will change. The whole world will change. The way we think, the way we act, and the way we react. Yeah. And this year, everybody is basically preparing themselves, whether it is spiritually, religiously, or biologically. We are preparing ourselves for a better decades of 2020. So trust me, we are going to be a new person. We are dealing with the better ways, and we are going to do better in the future. So I believe that's the challenges and opportunities that we all have to face, but trust me, be positive, and it is going to be another valuable paradigm shift for the whole world that we are going to face together. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Dr. Atiyah, such a blessing in the disguise, indeed, right?
Yeah, of course. Remember how the Hiroshima war in Japan has changed Japan.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we all need this pandemic, even though we thought that this is basically we are so unlucky whatsoever. But trust me, we all know that we need this pandemic to change ourselves, because human being is the most difficult creatures to change. So that's why
such a paradigm change, right?
Yeah. So this is basically machines that change us how do we deal with things in the future.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think it's a blessing in disguise, and we're all ready for that, inshallah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Atia, for the perfect insight. So we move forward to the next question, special to our beloved Director of SSGS, Universitas Indonesia, Dr. Bapak Ator Subroto. Dr. Ator, what is the strategic and global advice to Indonesia in reducing the impact of economic recession as a result of this pandemic crisis? Please, we need your personal comment on this. Please welcome Bapak Ator. Do we have Bapak Ator Subroto together with us now?
Maybe we can move to the next one.
Yeah, maybe we can move to the. Maybe we can get back to. Prof. Muhammad Ali. Prof, one question from our beloved participant. How about the religious boarding school, Prof, and the risk that they get during pandemic? We need your personal concern on this.
Yes, very good question. Religious boarding schools in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in different parts of Southeast Asia, thousands of them, there are 60,000 or more, are predominantly safe. And some of them which are opened, they follow the health protocols, and there are few places, few pesantrens, it's called pesantren or boarding schools, become cluster, but it's not massive concern. They deal with it quickly, and I think so far pesantrens are not the clusters, fortunately. And I think the religious leaders, the Kiai, are well aware about the need for protection of the students and the teachers, all of them. They are really concerned. In fact, one of the tradition in these boarding schools is cleanliness. To be clean is part of faith, and washing hands, hygienes, of prevention of sickness and illnesses and so on. They are theologically well versed in this, and they are very aware about protecting life and protecting body, and that's why I don't think this is a concern. Although, of course, we have some places where there are some infections there, because of the they don't really follow that protocol. Thank you for the question.
Again, one question from our participant. I think it's a very interesting question, Prof. Will atheists, Prof, finally acknowledge God when the pandemic strikes, or vice versa? Please comment on this, Prof. It's a very interesting question, I think.
It is very interesting question. First of all, globally, and also in America, and even in some Muslim majority countries, atheists and agnostics have grown in numbers. Okay, so you have ex-Muslim, ex-Christians, Hindus, and so on. So you have the growth of atheists, globally speaking. Okay, so that's number one. Because there are so many reasons beside that. And during the pandemic, atheists in fact become stronger. In other words, it is natural phenomena. There is nothing supernatural about the virus. The virus happens, and it is biological, and it's they don't make it. The pandemic doesn't make them believe in the existence of God or something. So relatively stable, I would say. It's not growing or it's not down, but I think it's relatively stable. In fact, the number is growing because of so many things going on around the world, including the lack of religious, the lack of religious responses, the lack of religious, according to them, religions don't matter now. Whether or not you believe in this particular religion doesn't really matter now, because people are connected by humanity and also by biological factor rather than by the supernatural. So that's really good question. I like this question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prof. So we move forward to Dr. Nur Fatwa. Dr. Nur Fatwa representing Session E for the Multilateralism and European Studies. Doctor, how significant Europe role is for Indonesia national interest? Please comment, Doctor.
Okay, thank you for the chance. I will answer the question about relationship between Indonesia and European area. As we know, several issues become a priority for Indonesia in establishing relation with the European Union. It's about we're gonna be talking about comprehensive partnership, PCA, ministerial strategic dialogue, parliament, terrorism, and the radicalization, maritime and fisheries, other constructive cooperation, and also bilateral mechanism. But my specialization is economics, so that I will mention that topic. Economic and trade cooperation is very important between Indonesia and Europe. Indonesia and the Europe Union have a close economic relation. This is evidence from the high interest of Europe companies to export to Indonesia. The company from the high interest of European companies also has a rapidly growing interest due to the large growth of the Indonesian market. The important diplomacy between Europe and Indonesia is such like what we call, we need each other. So we need each other for increased trading infestation between Indonesian and European Union for to make better comprehensive economic partnership agreement. And the last one is to make our diplomacy, to make our relation to be progressed in a good way in the voluntary partnership agreement. I think that's all I can answer. I can tell in this blog. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Nur Fatwa. So we move to the next question, special for Dr. Mia. Dr. Mia, in this COVID-19 pandemic, what is the biggest change in social perspective, especially in gender issue? Dr. Mia Siskawati is our moderator from Session H for Gender and Social Change. Please welcome Dr. Mia.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jeffrey. So I'm recording that there are at least four biggest social change with the gender perspective, and I'd like to emphasize that in seeing the gender issues, we also need to include the intersectionality because it's not only gender but also other social factors like age, social class, and then also ethnicity, religion, and etc. So the first is the economic effect for working with men and working women who lost the jobs or whose economic activities decline. And there are different effects for working men and working women, especially those coming from the middle to lower social class. For the working man, which is very hard because gender construction always put men as the breadwinner, and losing the jobs make also create internal problems as well as social problems. So there has been reported in Indonesia increasing domestic violence, and this might be linked to the pressures for the men who lost the job. And for the working women who are head of the household, this is also very difficult when they lost their jobs or having economic activities lost. Another second one is the increased multiple burden for working women because of the pandemic. So school closed, so they also have to take care of the children by accompanying them doing online learning or online schooling, while themselves also have to do their work offline, or if they have small business, they also have to take care of their business. The third one is women who are having reproductive function, like pregnant women. It has been reported that very difficult for them to go to the clinic, because the clinics really is like not, nowadays, not really a safe place for many people, especially the pregnant women, because of the like possibility, the risk of getting affected. So many pregnant women, actually, especially from the lower social class, they prefer not to get checked by the medical staff. The last one is there's a report of the increasing number of the child marriage in Indonesia during the pandemic. This is especially happened to young women of certain social groups, especially, again, the lower social class. So the tradition that has been really like being part of the debates in Indonesia, including policy debate, is now in the pandemic is increasing. So that's the biggest issues if we see it from the perspective, gender perspective, and also intersectionality perspective. Thank you, Dr. Jeffrey.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Mia, for such a great opinion on gender issues. Next question we dedicate to Bapak Ator Subroto, our Director of SSGS, Universitas Indonesia. Bapak Ator, what is the strategic and global advice to Indonesia in reducing the impact of economic recession as a result of this pandemic crisis? Please, Bapak Ator.
Yeah, thank you. That is a very good question, I think, and very current, because recently Indonesia indeed entering a kind of recession, because we have growth negatively consecutively 2 periods more than. So what our government done from the beginning from the pandemic, I think, is based on my opinion, it's already on the track. But the important thing is that we can do, I think, still how to support our most impacted sector, like micro and small medium enterprises, who are still being the backbone of our economy. That is the most strategic thing that our government should undertake, I think, to minimize the impact of economy, and to continue also to support our what kind of social activity, so, and economic, so the consumers still confidence to consume and to buy products, exclusively product coming from internal Indonesia, so internally from Indonesia, so domestic product. I think that's how we can ensure that we have a very minimum impact from this pandemic. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Ator, for your nice opinion on the economic recession impact from the pandemic COVID-19. So we move forward to our politics and religion for session I. Question dedicated to Pak Mula Warman Hanase. What are the role can religious institution play in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic? Pak Mula Warman, please, welcome.
Okay, thank you for the question. Regarding the politics and religion, I think politics has a big role in enriching, in increasing or reducing the impact of pandemic in this time. For example, I would like to highlight the political development of Indonesia today. For example, today some region in Indonesia had a regional election, and there are many candidates competing to get successful in this regional election. And what is the perspective of political impact from this phenomena? For example, politicians actually have a big role in increasing or reducing the impact of pandemic to the society. When they are railing to be a leader of the region, they have to make campaign, they have to mobilize people in the society, and it is have been a debate between people. Do this event cancelled or society enjoying this competition, and it is I think one kind of the how politician role in increasing or reducing the impact of pandemic from the perspective of politics. And the second, in the perspective of religion, and this is the big question also for religious leader in Indonesia. I would like also to highlight the current phenomenal issue in Indonesia about mobilization of religious people in Indonesia by the religious leader in Jakarta, for example, and it has also been a big debate between people, and until today has been a big issue to the country, and government today, national security facing a big problem to overcome this issue. And of course, it is have a big impact to the pandemic eradication in the country. I think it is the two issue that I can answer for the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Mula Warman, for the concern about the question. Maybe we can move to the last question, I believe, for Dr. Sharoni. Dr. Sharoni, has Indonesia taken its decisive and strategic role in international relations, especially during this pandemic era? Please welcome Dr. Sharoni. Dr. Muhammad Sharoni Rafi, representing Session J or the team Strategy and International Relation. So do we have our Dr. Sharoni together with us? So I think, I believe we can proceed further. If it is no more other question, we could end this panelist session. So here we would like to appreciate for the plenary speaker, Professor Muhammad Ali, PhD, and all the session chair who directly involved in this very fruitful panelist session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a Merah Putih break performance video after this. Please enjoy the outstanding melodious choir performance from Universitas Indonesia, and we will meet again later after the break. Please enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have our virtual photo session for today with the distinguished plenary speaker and all the session chair. For this purpose, we cordially invite everyone to open for your web camera. Please ensure the best lighting for better image capture. Get ready, our technical team from UI. Okay, can we start? So attention to everyone. Please get prepared. In the count of 3, with the most gorgeous smile you can offer. 1, 2, and 3. Another best snapshot. One more time. In the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. So thank you, Professor Muhammad Ali, PhD, and all the session chair and participants in the audience for this virtual photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will proceed to the next agenda of closing ceremony for the announcement of Best Paper Presentation Award. To deliver the Best Paper Presenters Award, I am very much cordially inviting Bapak Abdul Muta'ali, PhD, our Vice Director, School of Strategic and Global Studies, SSGS, Universitas Indonesia. Please welcome.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Honorable distinguished speakers, participants, and our directors, Professor Muhammad Ali, and other speakers. I will announce the Best Presentation Award. Best Presentation Season A, Urban Matters. The best presentation is Nur Azma Ramalina Aziz. Congratulations. And the Season B, Sustainable Architecture and Engineering. Best presentation, Yulianto Solistio Nugroho. Okay, congratulations. And the Season C, the Economic Perspective. Best presentation, Ika Yulita. Okay, congratulations. And the Season D, National Security and Management. Ayub Dwi Pranata Yunus. Okay, congratulations. Season D, Multilateralism and European Studies, Best Presentation. Auzan Sadiq. Okay, congratulations. Season F, Urban and Environmental Consent. Best Presentation, Hendi Warlika Sedo Putra. Congratulations. And the Season G, Level Buoy Environment, Best Presentation, Rini Kurniawati. Gender and Social Change, Best Presentation, Ami Mardatillah. Congratulations. Okay, Season I, Politics and Religion. Best presentation is Zora Sukabdi. Congratulations. Season G, Strategic and International Relation. Best presentation is Rizky Aurelia Putri Dehars. Congratulations. Okay, Season Q, Public Policy and Management, Public Policy Management. Johannes Min Duli. Congratulations. Okay, congratulations for all. Best Presentation Award. Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Abdul Muta'ali, PhD, for the Best Paper Presentation Award announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, the selection of Best Presenter is made based on careful and fair judging criteria. Many congratulations again to all the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda will be a partner message by Sigma Research and Consulting Services Sdn Bhd. For this purpose, I am cordially inviting Dr. Sattar Imamian as representative from Sigma Research and Consulting to coordinate. Please welcome Dr. Sattar Imamian, live stream from the Netherlands. Dr. Sattar, maybe you can unmute. All right. Maybe you can unmute the mic, Doctor.
Sorry, I
right.
always forget to unmute.
Okay,
So sorry.
no problem. Okay, please proceed, Dr. Sattar.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jeffrey. On behalf of all directors and staffs of Sigma Research and Consulting in Malaysia and Netherlands sections, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Rector of Universitas Indonesia, Director, Vice Director, Chairman of Conference, staff and students of the School of Strategic and Global Studies for making this conference successful. I would also want to send my appreciation to all speakers, session chairs, reviewers, technical committee members, co-hosts, admin of session, IT staffs, and all others whose efforts made this event successful. It is very important that a university open the doors to collaborate with private sections. It is very important. Always, qualities will come when you have a reliable and high quality collaboration. We in Sigma Research have a vision to become a leader in academic and industry consultant. In order to reach to our vision, we are going to bridge the gap between academia and industry with the top quality services. Our aim is to nurture creativity and innovativeness in educational activities. To reach to our missions, SRC Group Netherlands section started a new project. We developed a very specific social media in order to connect industry and academia as convenient as possible. In near future, you will hear more about it. Now, let me give you an overview of the situation we are all in. As I was reviewing the articles, actually, I noticed that many topics tend to the pandemic condition and coronavirus. It indicates that we are in a critical condition that maybe happen every 100 years. The important point is that the occurrence of a problem may affect all the people of the earth. This shows that the unity of the people, regardless of the religious or political matters, is the only way to deal with the global crisis. Today, people of the earth should request peace from all politicians who make rules on behalf of them. I believe this unity will assist mankind to overcome to any crisis. Now I would like to give a brief about the publications and procedures. I think all participants are waiting to hear about it. For the ICSDEMS 2020, we have two publications. One, Civil Engineering and Architecture, which will be published by Horizon Publication. It will be indexed in Scopus and it is Q3. So we will select papers for this journal based on qualities and scope of the publisher. And publisher need to review papers again, and maybe they will give a new comments in order to improve the qualities. And sometimes they may reject papers. So we will proceed in case of rejection with our next option. Our second publication for this conference is Lecture Notes in Civil Engineering, which is a book series and published by Springer Nature and indexed in Scopus. So for the lecture note in civil engineering, let me tell you something. We have two things for the lecture notes. If publication being in series of lecture notes on civil engineering, or they publish by Springer. In case we publish in series of lecture notes, for 100% they will index in Scopus. So no worry for the Scopus of actually this series of the ICSDEMS. And we will email you the template and publishing agreement maybe by next 2 weeks. Please return your paper with the signed agreement before the deadline that you will mention in that we will mention in the email. And keep noted, delay on submission will affect the publication process and may take so long to be published. For the ICSGS 2020, we have 3 publications. One, Fudan Journal of Humanities and Social Science, which is indexed in Scopus and even ISI, and it is Q3. We will select papers again based on the quality, and we will communicate with the journal because they are waiting to see the papers, and maybe they will give very major comments to improve the qualities before the publication. Second option is Universal Journal of Educational Research, which is indexed in Scopus also, and it is a journal. And third one is Advances in Social Science, Education, and Humanities Research, which is a proceeding and indexed in Web of Science. This proceeding is not indexed in Scopus at the moment, but in near future, based on our discussion with the editor, they will be indexed in Scopus. And since they are in Scopus, all the previous papers automatically will be indexed in Scopus. I emphasize again that selections are based on quality of your paper and scope of the publisher. Our technical committee will evaluate papers from today and select the most suitable papers for each publication. You will receive an email in next 2 weeks. At the end, I would like to give you something related to the publications. Learning how to write a scientific paper and how to publish it is very important. I can see improvements when I compare with last year, but we are still having a long journey to reach a very high quality level. There are some important points that can improve our manuscripts. One, have a novel idea. It means that your idea should be scientific enough and applicable. Two, using a good methodology. You should know your methodology is qualitative or quantitative. And you need to know about every tools that you want to do your research. You should have a good discussion for your methods. Without a proper discussion, you cannot have a good paper. You must conclude your research in a very good shape. Reader should understand it easily. The flow of your paper should be like as a story. Reader should be attracted to continue reading to the end. And you need to cite to most recent works related to your topic and should select among those who publish in high reputable publishers. You know that outcome of university as a science factory is its publication. University of Indonesia has its potential to be one of the leaders in writing high quality papers and books. I believe with a series of workshops from now, we may improve quality of the publications. At the end, I would also want to send my appreciation to all participants and audience for the supports that without them, we cannot have such successful event. Thank you very much and have a good day to all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Sattar Imamian, for the important message on publication and post ICSDEMS 2020 and ICSGS 2020 conference event. Ladies and gentlemen, before we adjourn for ICSDEMS 2020 and ICSGS 2020, we would like to perform the upcoming event announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, ICSDEMS 2020 and ICSGS 2020 would like to announce that for the upcoming event, Third International Conference on Sustainable Design, Engineering, Management and Sciences ICSDEMS 2021, 5th International Conference on Strategic and Global Studies ICSGS 2021 will be held in this upcoming October 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, ICSDEMS 2020 and ICSGS 2020 Organizing Committee would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge everyone for great contribution towards the success of this virtual conference event. Thank you for supporting us till we meet again in the next ICSDEMS 2021 and ICSGS 2021. Assalamualaikum and have a good day to all. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Jeffrey.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Sattar.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Our collaboration, inshallah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sattar.
Thank you.
Prof. Ali, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Muhammad Ali.
Thank you, Prof. Ali.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for everyone.
Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Professor Muhammad Ali, our brother and our teacher. My teacher, my brother.
Thank you, Mr. Director, Mr. Vice Director, Dr. Sattar, all the speakers.
Thank you very much.
See you next year. Dr. Sattar, see you next year.
See you next year for sure. See you next
year.
Hopefully next year we can meet each other physically, not through the virtual. Yeah. Hopefully in Netherlands for sure.
Congratulations, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Atia.
Thank you, Dr. Atia.
Welcome.
Good day, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Prof.
Congratulations. Bye-bye.
to everyone.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you.
Prof. Muhammad, thank you very much for your fruitful presentation. I really like it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. This is great. I hope we can see each other again.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully. Thank you.
Hopefully. Okay.
Wait. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Dr. Sattar.
Jiwa manis Indonesia. La 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 la. Indonesia tidaklah surah. Cuci di pinggir sungai, kawan sejati tak bisa luntur. La 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 la.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Dr. Linyola and
Thank you,
team.
team. Good work.
This night you can
Thank
sleep
you. Bye.
24 hour, yeah, Dr. Lin. Thank you. You make us great school.
Thank you very much. Kawadir. Thank you very much.
May sleep, huh?
Yeah, finally we can sleep, Doctor. Finally.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Pak Tor, Kang Tali.
Thank you, Dr. Lin.
Thank you, Dr. Jeff.
Great leadership. Enjoy working with you.
Yeah,
I'm so
you
sorry.
too. Very, very, very excellent MC. Thank you very much, Dr. Jeff.
I'm so sorry, Doctor. I'm so sorry.
No problem, no problem.
Dr. Jeffrey, you
It's okay.
are
Have a
from
good day to all.
you're from Aussie?
Yep, Pak Ali.
Dr. Jeffrey, you are from Kuala Lumpur, or?
I'm from Malacca.
Ah.
Please come to Malacca.
Okay, thank you.
Orang Melaka, Pak.
Yeah.
Orang Melaka.
Orang Melaka.
But I'm probably using batik attire for today. I bought in Malang.
Nice looking.
Okay.
Yeah, very nice.
Thank you for all.
Well,
Thank you, Pras. Okay, thank you, Dr. Jeffrey.
Assalamualaikum, everyone. Take care.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Have a good day.
From IT team, Pak Mutali.
Thank you, great IT team.
There they are. IT
Thank
team.
you very much for helping me a lot, Dr. Lin.
And all of the LOs are here also.
All of the LOs. Dr. Sata, Dr. Mohtar, Faris, Adila. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, presenters.
Congratulations, everybody.
Yes, please join us. Alhamdulillah.
Come to Jakarta.
Sure, one day, one
Malaysia
fine day,
team.
we will.
Of
Dr.
course.
Lin, please have a good rest.
Yeah, of course. This
I
time.
believe you are so tired.
Yeah, the team will go
All right.
party tonight.